the rock face. He caught me with my eyes closed.
You're into the music, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that one, Jimmy.
Yeah.
That's a pick for the contact list, the bio.
That is a yeah, I'll send that in for my SEC Media Day
Can't
credential.
tell if you're jumping in a vat of ice water or you're constipated.
Yeah. There's another, you can go through the alphabet, and it's one of those faces as well. The Getaway Song is not part of what we do here anymore.
Just an update.
You were testing me.
Wow. Only 71 days in.
Gutter Cap brings you the final segment of our show today.
Yes, Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It will fit over most existing gutters, keeping out that debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever, back with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder. You don't want to slip, fall, snap the neck, and die. No good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it right now. 45% off the retail price for the viewers and listeners of the next round. All you got to do is go online, guttercapbirmingham.com or 205-823-2212.
All right. Cowan Equipment poll questions throughout. Let's answer some of these in our final segment here and give your opinion, LT.
Money's the same. Which job opening would you take? Lance has asked this of us. LSU at 41%, Florida 36%, USC 19%, other 4%.
Why do you like Florida more?
I look at the inability for any other school to take over that state right now, and if you get the right recruiter in, it's just such a fertile ground. I know Louisiana, there's a lot of NFL talent that comes from that state, but Florida is a different animal. Florida is Florida, Texas, California. It's where there a ton of athletes are.
So you go Florida, LSU, USC.
Yeah, but I think it's really close. USC, if you're looking for the path of least resistance, that's the easiest job I would think to take. But to me, it's really close, though.
Couple more questions. What else?
Blowout or not blowout in the Iron Bowl? Alabama wins by 7 or more, 80%. Is that what you would be?
7 or more, yes.
Alabama wins by 6 or less, 10%. Auburn wins by 6 or less, 6%. Auburn wins by 7 or more, 4%.
Yeah, that's just a traditional way I do things. I should have used the point spread as the line for that one. And the third one that we had out this morning, what did it involve? Do you remember?
I don't. Have you ever known anybody that was married to 2 different people at the same time, though? Friday ended up 95% no, but 5% of our listeners know this.
Wow. 5%. Bobby in our Farm Folio chat room earlier, it is long gone, but he says that we talked about how season 4 of Yellowstone is much better than season 3. I have not had that feeling so
haven't
far.
either.
I like season 3 better than I did season 4 so far.
Again, it just gets more and more far-fetched.
Yeah, did you see last night's yet?
Yeah, have you?
I did. A little too much Jimmy for me.
Yeah, Jimmy, I think that storyline needs to go away. I love the kid pulled a Dunaway, though. He wanted to tell John Dutton that he was the first in to work. He's like, good for you. Kept walking.
Yeah.
Did he really say Kevin Costner? Just said, good for you.
Yeah.
Ring that bell.
Yeah.
Hey, a little Dunaway in everybody, right?
That's what she said.
I don't know. I can understand, people have different opinions.
Oh, it's a lot of action. But again, I agree. Like the last 2 episodes have been a ton of Jimmy.
Yeah.
I just didn't think he was going to be one of those main characters.
And I'm ready for those girls to be out of the bunkhouse.
Yeah.
What times have I said that?
Rockstar, you'll love the one girl's name that she's got like one of the, I don't know what kind of accent she's trying to have. If it's like
She's from
Texas / Arkansas. Her name's Tweeter, though.
Tweeter.
Hey, Tweeter.
There's a tweeter on South Park.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Tweak, not Tweak. It's Tweak.
Alabama Power bringing us the final thoughts of the day right there on Yellowstone.
Yeah, it is the end of the year, man. So make sure the less privileged are taken care of. For more than a century, Alabama Power has done that. And their employees serve our state, and they do it with the Salvation Army Project Share. It helps those in need with their utility bills. Learn more at alabamapower.com/community. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
Ashley, great female listener. What is far-fetched in Yellowstone?
I figure that's sarcasm a little bit.
Yeah, sarcasm font over there.
Was that a sarcasm fart? No.
100% serious.
All right, the replays in just a second on the app, 24 hours a day. We're back with you live at 9 tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another live show starts right now on our Tuesday of Iron Bowl week. We're live today, live tomorrow. We'll take Thursday off, as will you. We're back live on Friday. Later today, a special Iron Bowl special. Can it be a special Iron Bowl special?
It's very special.
You double that up.
A double Iron Bowl special.
You remember when they used to do that on TV dramas? Like tonight on a very special ER.
That's right. So if I understand this right, I would love to get Rockstar to explain what we're doing today.
I think he was confused.
Yeah.
But
I don't think it's that complicated.
I think I know.
Okay, so we're live today until 1 o'clock normal.
Right.
Yep.
And then a brief, we used to call it a hiccup back in the 90s in the business. We'll do a quick little 1 minute beep, and then we'll go live for another hour.
I don't think there's a 1 minute beep. I think the viewer will never know the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So a
It'll be-
seamless fifth hour today.
No, it's going to be. Well,
It's not a mystery fifth hour, though.
It's going to be a fresh, new YouTube Live and all of that. That's the thing. Like if
Right.
you're watching us on YouTube Live, you're going to get a new alert.
But
it'll be a
here's
very separate
what
Iron Bowl preview.
You'll also get, typically in our hours, we're jumping around with 3 5-minute breaks in between. You'll get none of that.
No breaks.
Commercial free in the fifth hour.
I wouldn't call it commercial
I wouldn't
free.
call it commercial
Yeah.
free.
No commercial breaks.
Yeah, see, Rockstar, it's easy to understand.
That's fun.
Really
It's flawless.
Okay,
you're
so
We're going to be here a while today.
So here we go. 9 to 1 normal show. And then 1 to 2 only Iron Bowl talk
Iron
today.
Bowl
A
preview.
special Iron Bowl. So 5 live hours
Right.
today from this beautiful studio as Rockstar makes fun of me saying high atop the Blue Lake Center right
Palatial.
here.
Palatial.
Yes, so we're ready to go. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Let's start with what we saw last night first. The National Football League. And the defending world champions beat the always powerful New York Giants.
Always powerful.
30 to 10.
It is interesting. Tom Brady's 6-1 in the regular season versus New York, and he can't beat them in a Super Bowl. Imagine, they're major favorites in both of those Super Bowls, and he loses to Eli twice. If he wins both those, he's got 9 Super Bowls. I mean, nobody's ever going to touch 7.
9 Super Bowls.
It's
ridiculous.
It
It
really
really
is
is.
insane. But look, Tom played well last night. The defense played even better. That New York team is not good. And it's amazing how quickly our opinions change of teams. Somebody sent me a text this morning. Book it. Tom Brady will end up beating New England in the Super Bowl this year. I love people who are finally jumping on this New England
Yeah, you
bandwagon.
were there early, Lance.
I just don't think Tampa Bay is good enough. They could. Look, they got really good in the postseason last year, and this is about the time it started to click for Tampa. Don't think they're good enough to run this NFC gauntlet. But we were staring down the barrel of Tampa and Tom Brady losing 3 consecutive games for the first time since 2002. And they win, and now people are like, they're back. They just beat the Giants as double-digit favorites.
Yeah, they did beat the Giants. Their schedule is very weak. They now have a 2 full-game lead in the NFC South. The defense is getting healthier, though.
Yep.
Right? They still miss pieces. Vedave not playing last night as well, but their secondary is getting at least some pieces back. So if they can be healthy when you get to the postseason, that gives them a fighting chance again. Defense didn't allow a point from 9-10 in the second quarter on, and that was the difference in the game last night. So they're 7-3, 2 games up on the New Orleans Saints. And that's a comfortable place to be right now if you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers trying to get back to the postseason.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look, the Saints, where they are right now without Michael Thomas and Jameis Winston for the remainder of the year, and Simeon looks like a guy that's not going to be able to get it done. They lost by double digits this past week to Philadelphia. So you guys are going to win the South again. But it's not so much about the defense getting healthy. I'm worried about the offense. Gronk finally comes back after missing 5 of 6. Can he really stay healthy the remainder of the season? Antonio Brown, what's his situation ultimately going to be with the vaccine card, right?
I think he'll be back. It's not illegal for you to play unvaccinated. He just has to go through certain protocols.
Well, I think if you're the league, you've got to suspend him for that.
Well, he didn't play last night. Maybe that was a
That
suspension
could have been.
that
I
hasn't
don't
been
know.
announced.
I don't know, but don't you agree if you're the league, you got to suspend him for that?
I mean, did they suspend Aaron Rodgers?
No, but Rodgers didn't lie to the league.
He misrepresented the truth.
To the media.
Yeah.
I think the league 100% knew where Rodgers stood.
And they allowed him to go through all the
Correct.
protocols
Absolutely.
as a vaccinated player.
Absolutely.
Antonio
So-
Brown, not to get on this tangent, but he paid $500 for a fake vaccine card.
Yeah.
Who hasn't done that?
That's right. Who
Yeah,
among
I
us?
haven't come across anybody that I know of yet. I'm sure, again, 5% of our audience knows people that are married twice at the same time.
Married to two people at the
But
same
the
time.
bigger concern for me, Mike Evans scored his 72nd touchdown as a Buck last night, which broke Mike Allstott's all-time record. He came up, he gimped up a little bit at the end of that game, and I wonder where that hamstring is. You get that hamstring injury.
But see, that's the benefit of being in the NFC South with a 2-game lead. They can, put Vita Vea out last night and let him rest. They can let Grunt completely heal before he comes back. You can rest all of these players when they're a little, banged up, where if you're in a hunt, if you're in the, say, AFC North, where, Baker Mayfield and Ben Roethlisberger and Lamar Jackson and all those guys are banging heads, and there's a game and a half that separates top to bottom in that division, there's no weeks off. I mean, it's for blood to try to get in the playoffs.
I get that, but you guys will give me the NFC as a much better conference than the AFC
Oh,
this
I
year.
will
100%.
definitely give you that.
But
Yeah.
it doesn't count until the postseason.
But again, getting positioning for the postseason is so important, I think.
Yeah. Again, you look at the schedules are supposedly equal in the National Football League. You go look at Tampa Bay, and if they were doing a college football playoff selection show tonight, Tampa Bay would be 7th in the NFC because the committee would not respect their schedule. That's how easy their schedule
Yeah,
is
but they
down
would
the
respect
stretch.
Tom Brady. It's kind of like Alabama gets all the officiating. Tom Brady gets all the love from the
Come on,
NFL.
Bo.
Yeah.
Hey, and I'll just say how important NFC positioning is for the postseason.
Yeah.
This is my Ram fandom. One of the things that I have done every morning this week is check Green Bay weather for Sunday's game.
Yeah.
This morning in Green Bay, temperature
28 degrees to start with.
a balmy 19 when I woke up.
What's it supposed to be for the game Sunday?
It's a high of 37, a low of 25.
Can the Ramley not afford sideline heaters?
Well, look, Matt Stafford's won there before. He's not
Cooper better have some hand warmers.
ultra successful. In 16 games against Aaron Rodgers, what do you think Matt Stafford's record is?
Oh, bad because he played for the
Played
Lions.
with the Lions.
I would go 2-14.
Yeah, good guess.
Thank you, Jim.
Same as Gundy.
4-12.
4-12.
I was close.
You know what's good?
What?
Is that he looks at the Green Bay weather every morning and then dresses for it.
Boom!
Hey, we get killed in the Farm Folio chat room.
Here we go.
Yep, here we go. I'm gonna.
Start with Jay Price and work your way down.
Well,
Just
I got to
lost
go
it.
backwards. It's moving too fast. People killing us. Because I wondered if I laughed at the.
Well, I feel left out. I'm the only one with a puffy jacket on today.
You were asked if you forgot your puffy jacket. Michael in Rockstar probably needs to do a Google search, image search for this one. Michael says Lance looks like the Mucinex creature.
Yeah. We've seen that before. Yeah.
This is, okay, people can dog this out. This is fine. This is one of my favorite jackets. I actually got it when I went to Lancaster on my Amish bet that I lost.
Yeah.
But it's one of my favorite jackets. It's light. It's very warm. You can pack it in an overnight bag. So dog it out all you want.
Those feet cannot hold those legs, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling
yes.
you, you put on one of these jackets, it is the most comfortable jacket you'll ever wear.
Right.
And it's so light,
Yep.
but it's so warm.
Yeah, and Brown
perfect
could
balance.
Brown could almost afford a whole one of his.
I know.
He 2 more payments, he gets the
They
sleeves.
stole my arms. Dave asked Jim, "Where's your puffy jacket?"
I don't know. I can't afford one.
Yeah, whatever. Jay Price asking for dress for the winter storm in the studio.
I don't think people realize the fluctuation of temperature in the studio. I don't know if you guys got the email yesterday from our management.
I don't get those emails.
They're shutting down at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Good. They're
And they
turning the
said-
heat off?
Yeah, everything's going to be turned off.
Oh, Friday's going to be fantastic. And you'll be able to see our breath in here Friday.
Well, Young Reed ran out of here this morning.
Yeah.
So, management was supposed to be notified if we wanted to run anything on Friday.
We don't.
This
because,
side of the building, right?
well, they would be on 90 degrees, right?
Yeah, no,
They were
we're
blowing us out of here.
I am okay just being natural in here.
That's right.
In the winter, fall and winter time.
We'll breathe some smoke.
Bobby says, how does LT not burn up in all those jackets? Does he nut dust his whole body?
I am cold-natured. I think you guys know that.
I do know that.
Yeah. So, hey, that's where we are this morning as we get going. The show being brought to you by Puffy Jackets and our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it this holiday season. One of the last things you want to do is get that ladder out, get on the roof. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Right now, for all of the next round viewers and listeners, 45% off that retail price. All you got to do is call C-Stu, my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
I don't want to move past this because it is so true. What Jack said, yeah, that jacket fits right in with the Amish. If the Amish are anything, they're flashy.
Okay, real quick. Lancaster's a town of about 65,000.
Can you imagine some Amish dude walking around in that jacket right there?
So, anyway, I had to kill time. I was there 48 hours.
Hezekiah, what have you done?
That was part of it. So I could only go to the farmer's market and stare at wagons rolling down the street so long. So there was a really nice upscale men's shop like Shea's there. And it's where I met one of my good buddies who ended up
That's right.
being an employee at Shea's, Ben Carl. And so I went in there and had a bourbon with him and ended up buying this jacket.
Explain to people how you lost that bet and I paid for you to take a vacation.
It's a great mystery.
Well, you know, it was one of the baffling Urban Meyer losses because they were playing Michigan State. They had one loss. It was probably late October, and I said, Ohio State's going to win out. They're still going to get to a college football playoff. You said, I don't think that's going to happen. All they had to do was beat Michigan State with not one but two backup quarterbacks that rotated that game. And Ohio State ultimately missed a field goal. They lost 2 games. They didn't get to a college football playoff. The bet was whoever lost had to pay the other to go to some random city. You were going to Devil's Island, North Dakota, which would have been incredible.
Can you find me pictures of Devil's Island, North Dakota?
I don't remember that part of the bet. So Dunaway was going to have to go to Devil's Island.
That's where he was going to send me.
Yeah.
And I figured with Lance's...
I love my options, by the way, because you didn't realize you were going to send me out to Elkhart, which I wanted to go back and see those people. I haven't seen them since 1995. The other option was Lancaster. I found out there was a music festival all weekend. That town is an underrated fun town.
Oh, I know, and I paid for it. My wife still gives me, anytime we're $1,000 or $1,200 short on anything, she's all, if you never send LT for that punishment where you paid for him to go out of town on a vacation, then we'd have that $1,200, Jim.
That's the puzzling part of it is because, and God knows I have lost plenty of bracket challenges. I always pay out of my pocket.
Go back to this tourism video.
Yeah.
That's
Hey.
Devil's Lake. Where's Devil's Island?
But trust me, it wasn't going to be it was going to be in February. I think that's in balmy July when they showed that video right there.
So Devil's Lake is where I was going. That was a beautiful tourism video there. They
You see
make
what I'm
anywhere
saying?
look good.
I always pay for my trip. That's why I couldn't figure that out, why you had to pay for Lance's.
Yeah.
Loser always pays.
Well, that's the way we set it up.
I know,
it didn't
but
make
that was
any
a weird
sense.
one. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I mean, this is where you're going to send me, Devil's Lake. Look at this beautiful place.
Oh, yeah, that was great. They're drilling in snow to grab some fish.
Oh, now it's getting more to the punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, I had dinner.
Yeah, I bet you would have done that.
I would have had to catch my own food.
That way you would starve up there.
Yeah. Oh, look, they have a music festival. 12 people are there.
And I love how they're showing all of this like in their summer months.
Yeah. So I was going in the dead of winter.
Well, the problem for you was going to be like I flew into Pennsylvania. I got the rental. It took about an hour from Philadelphia to get to Lancaster. The Devil's Lake, I think you had like you landed maybe in Milwaukee, and then I think you had to take a hopper somewhere. And then it was going to cost me a lot of money, but you were going to have to take a rental like 4 or 5 hours. I mean, it was going to be a miserable trip.
Instead, Lance got a lime jacket.
Yeah, I got a lime jacket and I got a divorce. So
All is well.
yeah, that's
Dunaway won.
That's part of the story that we never
Dunaway
get to.
won.
That was right before you ended up getting a roommate, I guess is how it all
Yeah,
ended up.
look, and Brett says Lancaster, look, our truck driver, he's been there before. It's really not that bad of a place.
It is not. I didn't really send you to Lancaster. I sent you to the suburbs of Lancaster.
Yeah, the farmhouses.
Yeah, the farmhouses. Your day trip took you to Lancaster. I put you too close to a city was my mistake.
They had an Uber there, and that was 5 years ago.
Boy, you didn't when I went to Monowai. That was in the middle of nowhere.
All right, here's what else is happening in our headlines today, brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Our friends at Wayne's, the exclusive provider for the next round every day here on the show. They handle our pest control at the house, mosquito control, lawn care services, and also our termite protection. And they can do that for you as well. Wayne's has been with us for years now in our venture here, and they can be with you a lifetime. Locally owned since 1973. We trust them, and you should too. They're committed to world-class service. Whether you're a business owner or just a homeowner, residential or commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Even during the winter months, there are things that need to be done to your lawn to make them plush and green and ready for the new outdoor activities when spring rolls around. They can take care of that dormant treatment right now for you. Sign up today by calling 866-WAYNES1. 866-WAYNES1. Use the promo code TNR anytime you call Wayne's to get the best discount available. Serving over 100,000 families across the SEC, just like the next round. Tuscaloosa to Nashville, Knoxville to Auburn. It's our friends with Wayne's, 866-WAYNES1. We will get to Bo Nix's comments on the show here yesterday later in our show. Tom Luginbill is up in our next segment. Clay Travis and Todd Furman later on. One other big note yesterday. Well, I'll make it two notes. One is, since the firing of Dan Mullen, Florida has now lost 5 ESPN 300 recruits on a recruiting class that was not really, dominating by Florida standards. But also at LSU, who fired their coach, Ed Orgeron. Cornerback Eli Ricks, who played 6 games before an injury, has announced he is on his way to the transfer portal. He's a California kid, but he played his high school ball at IMG down in Florida. 5-star guy, really talented. Don't know where he's going to end up, but there's a guy leaving LSU, and he's on his way out the door, according to reports. The coaching change also sometimes comes with a roster change.
Well, look, there will be a line forming for Eli Ricks. You go back last year, and Brown tried to avoid Stingley, and they tried to pick on the freshman. He had 5 picks. He was a freshman All-American. And he did play the 6 games. He opted out. And I think the guy is extremely talented. Probably will go somewhere, play 1 year, and then on to the NFL. But he'll have his pick.
Pick of schools. And this is really the first major coaching cycle where we've seen the ease of transfer. This is the easiest it's ever been to transfer. So, boy, I'm interested to see how this plays out. Because you got to remember, guys are still playing now. When they get done playing, that's when I think you'll see a big, big, big move to the transfer portal.
Yeah, and forget the coaching carousel, Brown. There are guys like Bijan Robinson, running back at Texas, with Sark off to limping into a losing season this year. He's having to answer questions of whether or not he will come back and play next year for Texas. He says yesterday he is coming back. But, that's just what he's saying right now. After the season, he may reevaluate and decide, I want to go play somewhere else. Or maybe just sit out a year and go into the NFL draft after sitting out a year, Jamar Chase style. So there's a lot of opportunities for superstar players to make different decisions along the way.
I don't know about you guys. I see it on our timeline a lot, but it's not just our timeline or in the Farm Folio chat room. I'm getting asked. People are texting me, and I'm talking about reputable people not just Joe Fan. There is some Joe Fan to this. But reputable people in the college football world that know Bo Nix comes on our show every week are texting me, asking me if I've heard Bo Nix is hitting the portal.
Yep. Well, I even mentioned that to you in the commercial break yesterday. After he made his comments in the commercial break, I said to you, boy, that's a comment that if you never have to play Alabama again, that it's easy to make that comment.
It's so hard to believe.
I would be surprised by it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because
guy bleeds orange and blue.
The rumors now surrounding the Auburn program, Bryan Harsin possibly one and done. Bo Nix hitting a transfer portal. I find both extremely hard to believe, but no matter who the coach is next year, Bo is going to be the front runner to be your starting quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy bleeds orange and blue.
Legacy guy. And, I don't think Bo Nix has a great NFL future. So, I think Bo will probably consider following his dad's footsteps as a coach and probably coach in this state. I think if you think about your future, bolting from Auburn as a legacy guy to go play somewhere else might not be the best move for your
Dunaway,
future.
this was the year that you labeled him a Heisman finalist.
That's right.
I know it's wide open.
By the way, you and Jeff
Spiegel.
Jeff Spiegel owned up to this on the Zone Sunday night. He did the same. So you and Spiegs are to blame for this.
Yeah, I never thought he'd win it. I did think he'd be one of the 4 or 5 sitting in New York. This was the year I thought it would happen. And he did play a lot better this year.
He did.
But that roster never turned into what I thought it would turn into around him. So Bo Nix, with his comments yesterday, you've read them or heard them here for about 24 hours. We will not beat you to death the entire show. We'll bring it back up a little bit later on. Luginbill is standing by. We'll talk to Tom about all the big games happening on the field this week. Tonight ends 27 straight days of live American football. We will not have a game tomorrow before it cranks back up again on Thursday and goes for a long, long time. So we'll talk to Luginbill about some of the big games: Michigan and Ohio State, Oklahoma State, of course, Alabama and Auburn. That's all coming up with Luginbill, part of our show being brought to you by Brown's Guy, Tom Beckby.
Oh, Tom Beckby, man. You know what he wanted to do? He wanted to have some good-looking outdoor clothing. You know what he couldn't do? He couldn't find it. So you know what he did? He made it himself. And you can get it now. It started back in 2015. He's an Alabama guy, Tom Beckby is. And there's a brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for outdoors here in Alabama, wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village is where you go see it for yourself, or go online, tombeckby.com. That's B-E-C-K-B-E, B-E-C-K-B-E, tombeckby.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Now, I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
The next round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Luginbill standing by, and trust me, if you have a second and you're only streaming us audio-wise right now and want to go get a visual, you'll want to see what the always stylish Tom Luginbill has on his head. But first, a Precision Sports update, injury update as we get to Week 13 of college football, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away, or did you tweak a joint? Being a weekend warrior, Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health can't wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Blake Corum, questionable. Jim Harbaugh doesn't know Michigan and Ohio State this weekend. They've got other running backs, but Corum could add to the arsenal there for the Wolverines as they try to shock the world against the Buckeyes. And no Adrian Martinez for Nebraska versus Iowa on Friday. If you're scoring at home, he's played most of the year with a broken jaw, but now it's another injury to his throwing shoulder that will actually keep him out of the game, but played with a broken jaw most of the season. And he's been the quarterback there since Tom Osborne, and he's got one more year left if Adrian Martinez still wants to play.
And I think that's big going against that Iowa defense. I mean, the experience of Martinez, say what you want, a little inconsistency there. I finally like Nebraska to win one of these close games Friday. Now I'm not so sure.
Luginbill was there. Let's bring in John Dutton right now on the Pepsi Hotline. He's presented by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. That's where you got that hat, right, Luke's?
Oh, look at Sarah hooked me up. Did she get me going good or what?
Yeah, man, that's a sharp hat. I like that one.
That's a good-looking hat right up there in Coleman.
Yeah, just off I-65 in Coleman. You were at that game, right? That was your game, Wisconsin-Nebraska. Nebraska just invents ways to lose. It's incredible how many close games they lose.
It's like the same movie being played each and every weekend on a reel over and over and over again. And I'll say this about Adrian Martinez. He went out the series before the second quarter ended. I talked to Scott Frost coming out of the locker room, and he said if he can go, he's going to go. That's all the information he would give me. Watching him warm up prior to the third quarter, you could tell he was wincing. It probably didn't have his best stuff, and that dude played the entire second half. They got hosed on a non-call, on a pass interference on the last play of the game that could have given him a chance to score on the last play down on the goal line. But listen, the bottom line is Wisconsin's really good. The running back is special. Wisconsin doesn't beat itself, and Nebraska does. And all of the one-possession games Nebraska's had this year, they've all ended that way because it's been a mistake that Nebraska has made. They haven't necessarily been beat. They've made more errors than the other team, and that's the bottom line.
U.S. sportsbooks now have C.J. Stroud as your Heisman favorite. Not that means anything where we sit right now, Luginbill, but if I asked you, one quarterback, one game, would you take Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud?
Oh, man. What personnel are they playing with?
Yeah.
I mean, are we talking about Ohio State's personnel with C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young with Ohio State's personnel and C.J. Stroud with Alabama's? I think it's a difficult question to answer. I would generally
let me do this. I'll give you Georgia's offense with either quarterback.
Oh.
Georgia's offense with either quarterback, I'd probably have to say Bryce Young, just because of the ability to run, be a designated runner, be a guy that can create on his own and throw off balance and do all those sorts of things. As a pure passer, as a pure physical talent throwing the football, it's C.J. Stroud. And to be honest with you, on sheer consistent production over the last 6-7 weeks, I don't know how C.J. Stroud isn't the front runner. I mean, and I understand the game that Bryce Young just had this past weekend, which was nothing short of spectacular. But each and every week, the balls that this guy is throwing at Ohio State and the targets that he has, he's just having one of those special years. I think it's going to be one of those deals, guys, where instead of having them all dress up in suits, they just tell everybody to show up in New York with their jersey on. And then they just hand out sheets of statistics to everybody and said, figure it out.
Tom Luginbill's with us on the Pepsi hotline. 3 SEC teams in the East punched their bowl eligibility last weekend. Which coach would you say has done the best job? Missouri, Drinkowitz, Tennessee, Heupel, or Shane Beamer at South Carolina? I think all 3 of those being bowl eligible is big for those programs. Who's done a better job?
I think you'd have to go with Shane Beamer. I mean, guys, you come into a season where your roster is depleted, you're not overly talented, you know it going in, you like your freshman quarterback in Luke Doty, you lose him, you're so thin at quarterback, you have to take a GA off your staff that still has eligibility left, put him in a uniform, you lose him, and now you're down to your third. I think that that's one of the most remarkable jobs. I think it's a tribute to their coaches, it's a tribute to their kids. I actually, getting to see Tennessee in person, I'm not surprised they're bowl eligible. They have better personnel than people think they do. They really do. Missouri's done a nice job of kind of rebounding it at times when they needed to. But for my money, it's South Carolina. I don't think anybody looked at that football team, even if they hadn't gotten injured on offense, and said that's a 6-win team going into the season.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear brings you Lugs each week. They're off I-65. Great idea for Christmas gifts, Black Friday shopping, and Luginbill joins us on the Pepsi hotline. When you look at the Iron Bowl, this is a depleted Auburn team. They did not start Kobe Hudson at receiver. They did not start Bo Nix, obviously a quarterback. Anders Carlson is out. They're banged up, and this Alabama offense is red hot in the passing game. Do you see any path to upset here, or is this a game where you think, even with the rivalry nature of this game, Alabama can cruise to a win?
I don't think you could ever cruise to any sort of win in any type of rivalry game, regardless of where the other team may stand. I think there's too much respect for the opponent. There's too much respect for the environment. It's a tough place to play. Alabama knows that. But I do believe that Alabama has distinct advantages. I do believe Alabama's mindset going into this game is just don't screw it up. Because if we get up 2 scores, all right, whether that's 10-0 or 14-0, you are completely putting Auburn in a position that they are not equipped for, nor do they want to be in. They don't want this to be a track meet. That's not who they are. You're playing with your backup quarterback. I'd be willing to bet the ball gets thrown up for grabs a few times, and Alabama probably takes advantage of that. So now you're looking at getting a couple of extra possessions, per game. I don't see Alabama going on cruise control in this thing. I do see them winning it fairly decisively. And to be honest with you, heading into the SEC championship game, guys, you look at the last 2 weeks for the University of Georgia. They got Charleston Southern, and you've got a reeling Georgia Tech team. And you look at what Alabama's going to have to go through to get to the SEC championship game. You talk about being battle-tested and ready to roll. So if Alabama comes out of this Iron Bowl, looks sharp, healthy, avoids anything catastrophic that could impact their best players shooting up for the SEC championship game, we're going to have a dandy on our hands in Atlanta.
Listen, every time I'm at an Alabama game, I hear the fans when I'm leaving the stadium, and, they seem to be talking more about the negatives than about the positives. It was more about the misplays in the secondary or on defense than it was about Bryce Young's performance. How do you grade Alabama's defense at this point? Have they gotten better since earlier in the year? Do you like where Alabama's defense is with that Georgia game out there in front of them?
I do think they've gotten better. Are they where they need to be? No. Have they made errors that are uncharacteristic to their nature in terms of technical errors, execution errors, run fits, position and alignment in pass coverage? Usually those things are so dialed in, and that's where you combine that with superior talent, and it makes it almost impossible to move the ball on them. That hasn't necessarily been the case on a consistent basis. I do think we've seen greater flashes. We've seen more consistency as the season has wore on. We know what they can bring from a pass rush perspective. So I kind of look at it the way Nick Saban kind of looked at it over the last 5 to 7 years is, okay, well, maybe you don't have to be elite, and defenses are no longer going to win you the championship. You just have to be good enough if you've got elite players and a difference maker at quarterback on offense, which I think Alabama does. So the question then becomes, can Alabama just be good enough? And what is that? Okay, if we were to assume or feel strongly that Alabama's defense will be the best one that Georgia has faced all year long, if we feel strongly about that, and now all of a sudden you put Georgia in a position on offense where maybe they do have to go tit for tat. Maybe they do have to hold serve and hold volley with Alabama. What do they do? What does Georgia do? And I think that's the intrigue of this matchup, because Alabama will be able to move the football. I do believe Alabama will be able to score. And if that happens for the first time to Georgia, how does Georgia respond?
We touched on the job Shane Beamer has done. Now they get Clemson. And this is the Clemson team, Luginbill, that I thought we would see the entire year, that we saw this past week against Wake Forest. And I know Wake doesn't have a great defense, but that's still that Wake offense to be limited to 27 points, for Clemson to have the 7 sacks, their ability to run at will on that defense. I thought we would see that for 12 games this year.
I did too overall, but in watching that game, and I got to see that game before our game, it's just astounding how many throws DJ Uyunglele misses. He's not a consistently accurate passer, and it has plagued them all year long. He has improved. He's gotten better. He's had stronger statistical performances. But I felt watching that game, there were a lot of completions and a lot of points left on the field because the quarterback couldn't hit some throws that routinely you'd expect a Clemson quarterback to make. So I still think that's a bit concerning. The defense was all over Wake Forest, particularly in the first quarter. That first quarter really set the tone and sent a message to Wake Forest that, this isn't the other defenses that you guys have been playing. So, yes, Clemson looks a lot better. The problem is, even with that win, they still need a ton of help. All right, they need NC State, I think, to win this week. And so I think they still need somebody else as well, even if – and then this isn't a conference game for them, for Clemson to have a chance at the ACC championship game.
All right, Dunaway, you know what I forgot to do? Ask Luginbill where he's going this week.
Wait, let me take a guess. I think Luginbill is this week. I think he is saddled with the great Florida State-Florida game for bowl eligibility.
Nope. Try again.
I will go. Luginbill is Georgia Tech.
Nope. Try again.
Okay.
Thank God.
Y'all know he's on a better crew than the 2 games y'all just
mine
gave
was
him.
a straight out of game day ESPN
it's
game.
a crap game for bowl eligibility. I think he's at Penn State, Michigan State, ABC 2:30 kick.
Don't give it up yet.
Nope. Try again.
Okay, one more for me.
I hope you're. Well, go ahead.
No. I think it's an ABC game. You already went Georgia Tech. I think he's going.
Jim.
I've got one done away, and I know
I'll save you time. It's not ABC this week. We've been ABC 10 of 12 weeks, and this week it is not ABC. And I'll give you one other clue. It is for a division championship.
Yeah, I was going to say Pacific Northwest would be your luck.
Civil War.
Holiday weekend, you've got to go to Eugene. Have fun with that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. It's supposed to be 58 degrees at kick. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm fired up.
Hey, but
I was in Wisconsin last week, guys. It was 49 degrees in late November in Wisconsin.
We finally saw the fraud that is Oregon this past weekend. But on the other side, Jonathan Smith has done an incredible job with that team. And still outside chance, if Washington State loses, they win. He could win 10 games this year at Oregon State.
unbelievable the job that he's done. He's getting the most out of that football team. He's worked wonders in a short period of time. And now we're going to see how Oregon responds. What does Oregon do? I don't know if there were a lot of people, guys, that were all that surprised that Oregon lost. It was how they lost, getting physically whipped by Utah on the road. And by the way, before I leave you guys this week for some Thanksgiving viewing, there is a new show on Showtime called Yellow Jackets.
Seen it. Dark.
Oh, is it dark, Rocky?
It is.
How good is that show going to be?
It is going to be good. I don't have Showtime. They said the first episode was free, and then I think the next episode is like 10 days later. But Christina Ricci, Juliette Lewis, it's dark.
I'll hook you up with Tommy Firestick.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, get him hooked up with Tommy Firestick. That's my next recommendation because I just finished Dope Sick on Hulu. Mm-hmm. If you haven't gotten on that, that's another one you need to get on.
All right, it is a 2:30 ESPN kick. I won't even pretend it's head-to-head with the Iron Bowl. None of you will watch Luginbill, but DVR and go back to
I will, Tom.
No, you won't. You will not. You'll be
I'll
watching the Iron
all.
Bowl. 2:30 ESPN, Civil War, Oregon State at Oregon. Lukes, have a great Thanksgiving, buddy. We always appreciate it.
You guys too. Take care.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill on the Pepsi Hotline, presented by Jack's Western and Outdoor. Where that Stetson he had on came right there from Jack's Western and Outdoor, I-65 in Coleman.
All right, our basketball slate tonight is a good one, and that'll be our Redmont Vodka Vulcan Gin look ahead right here to hardwood tonight. It includes number 1 versus number 2, Gonzaga and UCLA, 9 o'clock on ESPN. If you want a precursor to a little March Madness, you can watch that one. Also in the SEC today, Texas A&M and Butler at 1:30 on ESPN2, Georgia and Northwestern at 4 o'clock on ESPN2, Cincinnati, Arkansas, 8:30 on ESPN2. It's brought to you by Redmont Vodka.
Hey, the holidays are here.
Yes.
You've got people coming over for Thanksgiving, or you're going to a relative or friend's house on Thanksgiving. Take a bottle of Redmont Vodka. Be prepared. Redmont Vodka is locally owned and operated. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have the harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store. By the way, Pink Package and Beverage Place will both be open on Thanksgiving. Also, ABC stores. Get in today, pick up a bottle for this Thanksgiving Redmont Vodka.
All right. Last night in the SEC, Florida State, they beat Missouri. Florida got a good win over Cal. Wisconsin beat Texas A&M. Virginia beat Georgia, and LSU got Belmont last night in SEC play on the hardwood. Auburn back in action tomorrow. Alabama back in action on Thursday. When we come back, we'll do our stock report today. Stock up, stock down. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you want the stock to go up for your son or your daughter, remember that Montevallo is just down the road, and why you should be at Montevallo. It happened for me back in the 80s. I found a great place where I could succeed academically, and that's the place you got to start with college, right? A place that fits your son or daughter academically. Small class sizes, those relationships one-on-one with the professor. You get great education and an atmosphere that really helps your son or daughter thrive. A beautiful campus, 75 majors, 21 NCAA Division II, fully scholarship, fully funded sports right there at the University of Montevallo. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Save 20% off your Arte Italica purchases all week long at Bromberg's, including the favorite holiday pattern, Natale. Now is a great time to update your kitchen and dining room. Purchase ahead for upcoming weddings, or treat yourself with beautiful dinnerware. Bromberg's hand-picked holiday-inspired items were designed to be used throughout the winter season, not just for Christmas dinner. Dishes, glassware, serving pieces, and lines that are handmade with care in Italy and are all 20% off. All week long at Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Ritchie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Ritchie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Ritchie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Ritchie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Ritchie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Ritchie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Always love it if you watch the live show on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook and Twitter. Sometimes you see what happens in commercial breaks during the studio. We look like we were, what was it, sipping strokes back in the day, the popular back in the early 2000s.
Oh, I bet you took dates on that.
All the soccer moms would go out there. No, my wife always did that with all the girls. They'd go and have a couple of bottles of wine and try to paint and then bring it back and hang it in the house. Sips and strokes. I'm sure that still happens in some form or fashion out there nowadays. Let's give away our New Life Art winner of the day before we pop it up. Tell us about our friends at New Life Art. We'll go ahead and pop it up. There
Bringing you those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can also check out his incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Dennis Skinner is our winner this week, and this is him this past weekend over at Bryant-Denny Stadium. His Father's Day gift from my daughter's family. Great game, Roll Tide, he says, and that's the crew getting to go watch the Tide beat the Hogs this past weekend, and they saw a record right there. New Life Art will be sending them a gift. We've got their information. So, Dennis, thank you so much for sharing your weekend with us, and thanks to our friends at New Life Art. All right, Rockstar, it's time for our stock report, man. Let's hit the big button.
The America's first Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Stock up? Stock Down, college football's stock report.
And what Am First knows, boys, is banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
All right, start us up and down. Stock up, stock down, either way you want to do it, LT.
I will start with stock down. Caleb Williams, the Oklahoma quarterback, such a spark when he came in that Texas game. The last couple of games, 17-36, 1 touchdown, 3 picks. They're 1-1 in those 2 games, completing less than 50% of his passes. The offense has become stagnant. I know they're still averaging 38 points per game, which is 10th in the FBS, but Caleb Williams going the wrong direction.
I did like that he ran the ball more in this game against Iowa State than he did the week before in the loss.
Yeah, but he had 74 yards rushing. One was a 67-yard run.
That's right, yeah. Most of it came on that big 1 touchdown run.
Yeah, but that was big, though.
Running,
it was big, yes.
As good as Cam Rising's been, Tavion Thomas, the sophomore running back for Utah, has been incredible. His last 3 games, 431 yards, 11 touchdowns, and they've won all 3 of those games. And that's one of the reasons, the balance with Cam Rising and Tavion Thomas, why that offense has gotten so good.
Can I just ask you
By
why?
the way, they start 4 freshmen on that defense.
Well, I want to ask you, how come every year there's a game or 2 I watch for Utah and I'm like, God, that team is so good.
Yeah.
I mean, what happens in some of the other games that keeps them from being a playoff team?
You never watch their losses, do you? It's like I almost always see their big wins, but I never see their losses.
Well, you know, it was just 2 years ago where they had a Friday night game against Oregon. If they win, they're in the college football playoff. So Whittingham's done a great job there. And I would assume it would be difficult to recruit to Salt Lake City.
Seems to be a good atmosphere. Like Brown says, I usually only catch myself watching really big games that Utah's in, and they seem to always be physical. It's a great home field advantage. Their student section's one of the best in the business.
They will be a top 10 team preseason next year.
Top 10 preseason. Yep. They don't have enough street cred to be ranked in the preseason top 10. I'm not saying they won't be a top 10 team.
Should be.
They won't have enough street cred.
Well,
It'd be too many SEC teams in the top 10.
But let's just see how they finish this year out. If they continue to win and they end up 11-3 and win a Pac-12 championship.
Maybe so. Stock up, stock down.
I've got Art with mine. My stock up is Jim Knowles. Does anybody know who Jim Knowles is?
Jim Knowles is the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because I had him as my stock up about week 3, Brown.
Wow. You remember your stock up week to week, and you can remember week 3?
Well, I think it was about week 3 or 4. Yeah.
The last 4 games out, 3-3-17-0. That's what they've given up. And Jim Knowles is flat coaching. Georgia's got the best defense in the country. Oklahoma State's the second. What are you doing, Jim?
I'm just sad about the stock down one. I like Jeff Collins a lot.
Jeff Collins is our boy, man.
I don't disagree with you.
That is a beater he's driving there.
No, it's run into the wall. Yeah. It's a Model T that has run into the wall.
It is literally a rambling wreck.
The rambling wreck is in fact wrecked.
It really is.
I hate it. We love he is our boy. We love Jeff Collins, friend of the show. He's been a friend of ours going back to his Alabama days. But I would tell you, Jeff Collins probably says he's not doing a good job right now. 55-0 at Notre Dame. Notre Dame's a good team. They're not that good. At this point in your time at Georgia Tech, you can't be losing 55-0 to Notre Dame.
Yeah, I do love Muckler checking in, watching us on YouTube this morning. I don't know if he's in Colorado, but he says some states now it's tokes and strokes.
Wow.
Instead of...
Well, the array of colors that you would need.
You only do Van Goghs at that point,
I'd be Van
right?
Gogh every night, man. Van Gogh every night. I'll Van Gogh with my ups and downs right now, Rockstar. Here's my stock up. It is running back Braylon Allen again. This guy doesn't disappoint. 228 this past week. He's 17 years old, LT. He's the next great Wisconsin running back. They found their guy.
Yeah, so I'm going to go on and preview 2022. I think he will be the best running back. Well, Bijan Robinson's coming back, so we'll see what Sark's able to do with him. But Braylon will be in that conversation as a Heisman favorite as a sophomore next year. He'll be 18 next year. The guy, if you haven't watched Zero, he looks like an NFL running back right now. He's got the guns, he's got the build.
It is hard to believe he's 17 with that body type.
It's impossible to believe.
It's like Trent Richardson. He looks like Trent Richardson did the day he walked on the Alabama campus. You're like, this is a grown man.
Great comparison right there. My stock down is the coaching carousel. How many of these guys were big names at one point on the coaching carousel? Mario, Mel, James, Jimbo, Lincoln.
Are you saying they're off the carousel now?
Well, no, they're not off the carousel, but they've all taken beatings since we started this coaching carousel this year. They've all had their bad moments. I mean, Mel Tucker, they're still talks about him not signing that contract extension yet.
I think people in East Lansing would buy a bag of shit over the $95 million contract right now.
$95 million there is on the line there. And, Mario Cristobal, a lot of people want Mario. That was a bad look this past weekend. Absolutely there. That team not even close to what they faced in Salt Lake City. And it'll be important to see if they can bounce back and win it this weekend. So the coaching carousel, some of those big names, that's my stock report down, brought to you by our friends at AmFirst.
And what AmFirst knows, banking isn't just about your money. It's about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since.
Clay Travis coming up in our next segment. We'll talk about several things going on later. We'll do our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. Bryan Harsin with a few sound bites leading in to the Iron Bowl coming up this weekend. We'll get back into the Bo Nix comments in the 11 o'clock hour. And also, if you haven't seen it yet and you want to go ahead and just peek ahead, Shane Beamer, who was on our show last week, his post-game locker room after the win over Auburn.
Does he dance?
Why he's so emotional later on this show. As we head to break here, though, the New Orleans Saints paying Taysom Hill. You want a Christmas gift. Taysom Hill, $40 million for 4 years. That's the basement of what he's getting. Lance has comments on that coming up. Brown's got comments on that coming up. And Clay may have comments. That's coming up in our next segment. This hour has been brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, look, if you're sitting around right now, maybe bored in your cubicle, go to Brombergs.com. They've got an online store. You can shop right there. But if you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. Family-owned and operated since 1836. Brombergs, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Again, for more information, go see our friends at Brombergs. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online. Go to Brombergs.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Save 20% off your Arte Italica purchases all week long at Bromberg's, including the favorite holiday pattern, Natale. Now is a great time to update your kitchen and dining room. Purchase ahead for upcoming weddings, or treat yourself with beautiful dinnerware. Bromberg's hand-picked holiday-inspired items were designed to be used throughout the winter season, not just for Christmas dinner. Dishes, glassware, serving pieces, and lines that are handmade with care in Italy and are all 20% off. All week long at Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we'll start this hour off with our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through. A little Bryan Harsin from yesterday, brought to you by our friends at Hamburger Heaven. Some great locations in town.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, including the eggnog shake, which is available right now. Pick one of those up. A bowl of chili, sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients fresh, prepared daily for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations. Go see Pete and the guys. Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale. Homewood, it's Hamburger Heaven.
All right, we'll talk Iron Bowl with the Auburn coach before we get to Clay Travis. Yesterday, Bryan Harsin's news conference after we were off the air, he got asked about his first Iron Bowl experience, getting ready for that one. Here's the coach.
You know, it's one that everybody knows who's playing in it, and, you know, something that you sit there and you think how cool that is, you know, to have a chance for those guys to go out there and play in a rivalry game like this. And now to be here, you know, I told our players I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to coach in the game. And, you know, that's one of the things about being at Auburn that you get a chance to do.
Excited to be here, excited to coach in the game, Bryan Harsin. And listen, you hear the rumors in the outside about, you know, maybe his future. Something I just cannot fathom, that this guy's not going to be at Auburn for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years. I think he'll be there. I think he'll be the coach. I think he's deliberate when he made his choice to come to Auburn. So now this is his first Iron Bowl. You heard Nick Saban talk about his first experience in the Iron Bowl, and it was a loss. Bryan Harsin is facing an uphill battle this weekend. Put his personal excitement around, he's got a challenge trying to score points right now.
Yeah, I mean, you go back, they were up 14-0. And by the way, how about this? They blew back-to-back 14-plus point leads in conference play. It's only happened 2 other times in the last 15 years. This just doesn't really happen in the SEC.
For any team.
Yeah, for any team. And the other 2 times were Arkansas in 2017 and Auburn did it in 2009. So you just wonder mentally where this team is. Brown, you were talking about to Luginbill, how beat up this team is with key guys that are missing. Now you roll into this team with Alabama playing their best offense of the year.
Yeah, I mean, that passing game for Alabama is deadly.
Yep. And here's Bryan Harsin talking about talk and how his team has to get better at scoring points.
You know, we can talk about it. We got to go out there and do it. And everybody that steps on that field and everybody that coaches in that game has a responsibility to this team to make sure that, we're doing everything we can to the best of our ability to have ourselves ready to play. And then when we get out there and play, that we do those same things through an entire football game, through 4 quarters.
Yep. And one more with Bryan Harsin. You, the coach, you get asked, TJ Finley filled in for Bo Nix this past week. His first week, by the way, to ever prepare as the starting quarterback at Auburn. Now he can build off what he did last week. Here's the coach on TJ Finley.
You know, the quarterback position in general, and what we try to help our guys understand is how you get yourself ready to play. And, you know, he's got to continue to keep working through that, knowing that, you know, he's going to be starting in this game. He played in the last one. Did some good things in there, did some things that we've got to be much better at. And, you know, the progress will be seen in our practices now throughout this week. And then ultimately, you know, we'll know where we are come game day when we go out there and perform. And we'd like to see the stuff that we do in practice show up in the games on a consistent basis at that position and everybody else's.
That's Bryan Harsin with our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru.
Yeah, again, since 1982, serving up the absolute best when it comes to the cheeseburgers, hamburgers, those hand-spun milkshakes, including the eggnog, seasonal shake. You need to pick one of those up for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, Homewood. It is Hamburger Heaven.
He's the founder of Outkick. He is on Twitter at Clay Travis. You see him on Fox as well, the Big Noon Kickoff. Clay is with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. How are you, Clay?
I'm doing well. Happy early Thanksgiving to everyone, and you know, excited for. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've been on the road for so much. I absolutely love college football. You guys know that. It's my favorite time of year. But there is going to be a part of me that is like after the SEC championship game, much like every year, but this year even more so, where I just take a breath and say, thank the Lord I get to be home for for a couple of weeks in a row where I don't have to go anywhere, because I don't know that I've ever traveled more and had more hectic stuff going on in my life than this fall with the bus tour and, you know, the integration of Outkick with Fox and everything else associated with that. So I love it, but man, there will be a big part of me that excels and enjoys, as I always do. But that sprint, the crazy sprint that is college football season every year.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it. I hung out with you Ole Miss weekend for 2 nights, and I wasn't fully recovered until Tuesday, and you guys do it each and every week. So. More power to you. Hey, can we start with NBA, because we never talk NBA? Just wanted to get your opinion. I didn't see your tweet. I'm sure you were all over this, though. But for LeBron James to get suspended 1 game and Isaiah Stewart to get suspended for 2 games, I think this shows you where the NBA is. And one of the reasons that I used to be a huge NBA fan, league pass for 15 years, didn't miss a Lakers game. I just don't care nearly as much anymore. And how they got this so wrong, I don't get it.
Well, look, I mean, at its basic level, if you are the unquestioned aggressor who knocks the crap out of a guy in the face, and you punish the guy who is bleeding all over the floor for his reaction to being punched in the face, it flies in the face of all logic to me. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, and even just like, let's think basic parenting, right? If one of your – I've got boys, and they're always wrestling and they're always fighting, right? Anybody who has got boys knows what I'm talking about. As a parent, if one of my boys punches the other one in the face and he starts to bleed, and I punish the kid who is mad about being punched in the face more than I did the kid who punched the one in the face, as a parent, like, the kids don't even trust you anymore, right? I mean, take it outside of the world of sports. And just put it in mom, dad, trying to dispute any given day, brothers rolling around on the ground. LT, I know you had a bunch of brothers. I mean, like, it doesn't even add up, right? At its most basic level, the aggressor, the one who is the initial wrongdoer, should be punished more than the person who responds to the wrongdoing. Now, look, if he had responded to the wrongdoing by getting a folding chair and, you know, knocking LeBron out with the folding chair, okay, like, you can then assess penalties differently. But just by trying to get back at LeBron in the post game, as the blood is, I mean, in the post melee, so to speak, as the blood is rolling down his face, I mean, I think the NBA got it completely wrong.
Clay Travis, the founder of Outkick, and now with Fox, and I think you're at the Iron Bowl this weekend. Am I correct about that? You're down in Auburn?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm down at the beach. Yeah, I'm down at the beach right now with my family for Thanksgiving. So I think, in fact, my 11-year-old answered the phone. I've got my radio show that I'm doing down here. Yeah. I've got him serving as my secretary right now. But like a lot of people, we traveled for Thanksgiving, so I'm going to drive up to Auburn from here on Friday evening.
So the bus tour running to the Iron Bowl this weekend. Bo Nix on our air yesterday talked about SEC officiating. The Arkansas athletic director tweeted about SEC officiating after the loss in Tuscaloosa. You have talked with Greg Sankey on the record and off the record many, many times. Do you feel like the SEC has an officiating problem? Is there a perception problem out there? Do you feel like teams get protected in the SEC or other conferences in college football?
I don't think that there's an intent. Let me say this. Like, I understand, because I'm an SEC fan too, and like everybody else, when you watch your favorite team and a call goes against you, there is a natural inclination to be, like, upset, right? And I'm still, I'll put my Tennessee fan hat on for people who remember the game against Ole Miss. Tennessee had what should have been a scoop and score touchdown that they disallowed. Could have changed the outcome of that game. I don't know how many of you remember that play, but they just, basically made up a call to say that the fumble, basically they recovered it at the spot and they didn't allow the advance. Anyway, certainly Arkansas fans over what happened against them, against Auburn, I guess it was a couple of years ago or last year, everything kind of runs together. The Mississippi State, if I'm a Mississippi State fan, the egregious error in the Memphis game that changed the outcome of that game and went against them. I'm certainly upset if I'm that. And even the Auburn game, for people who were watching Auburn, South Carolina, I don't know about y'all. I watched it on replay, what felt like 100 times, and I still don't see how you can 100% tell that the ball touched the Auburn player. Now, if you ask me, hey, you have to vote yes or no, did it touch him? I think I probably would say yes. But that goes to the standard, which to my understanding is you have to be able to prove essentially 100% that the call on the field is wrong. And if it's not, the call stands, right? And so I think part of it is just that standard and how it's being applied. Is the standard, hey, we're going to try to correct things that we think we got wrong. Okay, well, that's a different kind of standard. I think partly that plays in here. And look, we got a lot of games that are very close. And the same thing happens in the NFL, where if you change one or two calls, the winner often is flipped in an SEC contest. And when you combine that with passion, I think people are trying to do their best job, but all people fail at perfection. And so the standard of perfection is impossible to meet. And when we have errors that occur, I think people get more and more angry. And the other thing I would add is social media makes it possible to see the worst moment and distribute it easier than you could. Back in 1985, if somebody blew a call in a game, it was hard to share that video, right? Like, you might see it on the local news, you might hear it talked about on radio, but it wasn't like you and your buddies could just share a clip and it's going viral and circulating so rapidly all around the universe. But I do think that this is part and parcel of officiating under a microscope. And I think what is incumbent upon a league or a conference is to try to be as forthcoming as possible to explain everything that happens and maybe just set the precedent and understanding that, we don't anticipate that the play on the field will be flawless. Why would we also anticipate that the people on the field refereeing the game would perform in a flawless fashion? I think it's just a recipe for a tough spot.
Outkick founder Clay Travis with us on the Pepsi Hotline. A reminder, for more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state. That's not all. The Alabama Power and Alabama Business Charitable Trust work closely with community action agencies to help those in need all across the state. Learn more, alabamapower.com/community. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. All of that said, a week from now, the winner of the Ohio State-Michigan game will probably play Wisconsin, and there's everything to gain for Ohio State and Michigan, nothing to gain for Wisconsin, really. The same will be true for the Bedlam winner in the Big 12 championship. The same will be true for Cincinnati against Houston. Whether said or not, do you believe that games like that are called differently, knowing the conference itself, Clay, has everything to gain and everything to lose?
Well, look, here's the reality. If you are telling an official to call a game a specific way, that is a crime, and you would go to jail.
Absolutely.
So no, I don't think that there's anything that's occurring like that. I understand the conspiracy theories at play. I do think in the back of their mind, officials might be aware of that in some way, but I don't think that's some sort of calculated decision that would be a criminal enterprise. I'll tell you this. I knew Mike Slive pretty well, and I know Greg Sankey very well, and I think both of them have been fantastic stewards for the SEC. And I think, frankly, any criticism, this is just me, right? Any criticism of Greg Sankey over officiating or the league office after what Greg Sankey did to make the 2020 football season happen is like being married to a supermodel and complaining because she's got a pimple, right? Like, I mean, that is that is like the next. He did what I truly believe is the greatest job of any college conference commissioner in the history of my life and most of anybody who's listening to this show right now's life, to make the football season happen when everybody was saying this is impossible to pull off. So Slive and Sankey both have a good line, and I'm sure it's one that every conference commissioner has ever had. You ask them who they're rooting for in a game, and their answer is the officials, right? I mean, that's always what they're rooting for. They want for the game to be wildly rated, incredibly well-watched, everybody to enjoy it, and for there not to be a smidge of officiating controversy associated with it, right? So I guarantee you, if you ask Greg Sankey, hey, what do you hope happens in Alabama, Georgia? Certainly, look, getting two teams into the college football playoff is good for the SEC. But I think if you told Greg Sankey, hey, you have two options. One is the game will go flawlessly. There will be no controversy. Georgia will win. Or in a wildly controversial decision that the SEC gets wrong from an officiating perspective, Alabama beats Georgia to go to the playoff. I really would be stunned beyond belief. I know what his answer would be. It would be Georgia wins and there's no controversy. So, in the grand scheme of things, $20 million to the SEC is a nice thing to get, whatever the dollars are. But if it costs $200 million in negative publicity and overall brand value for the SEC, that is a negative. And these guys who run the league understand that ultimately you're the commissioner of a conference, you have a public trust. That's what you're entrusted with. And you want to deliver that public trust to the next generation in as strong of a position as you possibly can. That's what adding Oklahoma and Texas was about for Greg Sankey. That's what adding certainly Texas A&M and Missouri was for Mike Slive, right? For Roy Kramer, that's what adding the SEC championship game was. They feel a deep connection to the people and the fans of the South, and when they no longer are on the stage, they want to bequeath the conference in a better position than it was when they took over. That's their ultimate goal, I can tell you. And so the controversy over officiating, especially if it's something that may get an extra team into a playoff in 1 year, is not worth the cost that it unlocks in terms of negative brand value going forward. So that is where we are. I understand why people are frustrated. I certainly understand. Look, the benefit often seems to go to the more talented team when it comes to calls. I think partly that's psychological for officials, but I think also teams that are better tend to get more calls because the teams that are playing against them have to try to cheat, push the letter of the law when it comes to holding or when it comes to pass interference or anything else, because they are put in difficult positions, both offense and defense, in order to try to compete with high-level competition. I tend to think that gets under-discussed. In other words, if you have a great rush defensive end, one reason why you get more holding calls is because the left tackle or the right tackle have to deal with that talent in a way that they don't against the lesser team. It stands to reason that the more talented team would get more calls because the more talented team puts the lesser talented team in positions where they have to stretch beyond what the rules allow. But that doesn't mean that, look, I'm a longtime SEC fan, born and raised. You ain't going to tell me I understand everybody's feeling when you're watching a game and an official gets a call wrong and it costs your team a game. I'm as redneck angry as anybody else out there, but ultimately you got to take a breath and understand the larger context. And I also would say this is where social media comes in, right? It's an emotional medium. How often do people send tweets? I've said for a long time, if you had to wait an hour for a tweet to send, how many tweets would you send during the course of a football game, right? Because an hour, man, the team looks awful. How often do you look like an idiot an hour later just based on the way the game goes naturally? If you had to wait an hour to send a tweet, almost no tweets, I really believe, would get sent during the course of a football game compared to the number that do.
First time ever bequeath has been used on the next round.
Bequeathed.
Bequeath.
Bequeath.
Yeah.
It's a good word.
But real quick, Clay, in 12 days, we will know the 4 teams in the playoff. Do you think you could give me 3 of those 4 teams right now? Do you feel confident in saying I could give you 3?
Yeah, I'm confident. I mean, it's college football. It makes idiots of all of us. But, I mean, Georgia's going to be in, right? So you go ahead and take Georgia off the board. I feel like Ohio State is going to be in based on the way that they are playing right now. I think they'll beat Michigan and presumably Wisconsin, although it could still be Iowa, I think, if Wisconsin were to lose. So I think Ohio State will be in. I actually think that Cincinnati is going to find their way in if they win their last 2. And then I think the most likely 4th team is a Big 12 team with 1 loss, be it Oklahoma State or Oklahoma. So I would bet on those 4 right now. That means I do think Georgia is going to beat Alabama in the SEC championship game, although like everybody, I'm excited to see what happens when I'm not sold on Alabama compared to what I've seen of Georgia.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder. Clay, have a great Thanksgiving, man. We appreciate the time.
Hey, same to you and all yours. See y'all.
All right, see you down in Auburn. Clay with us each week on the Pepsi Hotline.
All right, when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu. And still to come, Todd Furman at 12 o'clock. We'll talk about all the games on the board for you all the way through the holiday weekend. Don't forget our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6. If you're one of the 112 people that earned their way, most of you with 6 and O's, into the championship round, you should have received an email link yesterday, and that is open for you to play all the way up until Saturday morning. And please get those in before we kick on Saturday and try to win the grand prize from Buffalo Wild Wings. All right, a lot still to get to today as we talk college football. And don't forget, we got a bonus hour today. We're here live until 2 o'clock Central Time this afternoon. An extra hour today being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Mortgage Right. This holiday season, home means something different to everyone, but at Mortgage Right, home is always about you. Their top priority, helping you navigate the home buying landscape, and their team of experts, they are here to answer questions, provide solutions, whether you're in the market for your first home or looking to refinance the one you already own. Mortgage Right is here to guide you every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @JimDunaway.
Save 20% off your Arte Italica purchases all week long at Bromberg's, including the favorite holiday pattern, Natale. Now is a great time to update your kitchen and dining room. Purchase ahead for upcoming weddings, or treat yourself with beautiful dinnerware. Bromberg's hand-picked holiday-inspired items were designed to be used throughout the winter season, not just for Christmas dinner. Dishes, glassware, serving pieces, and lines that are handmade with care in Italy and are all 20% off. All week long at Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh, yeah. It's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
All right, viewing menu time. Then a little jump into the NFL with Taysom Hill and Baker Mayfield. And still to come, the emotions of the South Carolina locker room and why Shane Beamer is winning over college football. But first, Rockstar, what he's watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Arts.
Yeah, for 40 years, over 40 years, bringing you memorable sports moments, our friend Daniel A. Moore. For more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can also view his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Did you ever have a player growing up that you wanted to overcome the odds, that you really, really pulled for no apparent reason? Like, this guy's going to He's pulling against the odds. I'm going to pull for him no matter what.
The little kid I like to call Micah Ruzioni against the Ruskies in 1980.
Oh, wow.
Jimmy
Of course,
America.
of course, yes.
You know, one of those underdogs was on the Manning cast last night, and I can't stand him. And
Julian Edelman?
Yeah. Edelman was a guy that I always hated to watch. Just so chippy. He was a terrible interview last night, by the way. I don't know if did you watch?
I did not watch any of it, no.
He was awful. But he was one of those underdog. I mean, a quarterback at Kent State.
Yeah.
They couldn't decide if he was going to play running back, defensive back, or wide receiver. And, Super Bowl MVP and a great career.
6 p.m. on NBA TV, Muggsy, Always Believe.
Oh, the old Muggsy Bogues story.
You had a poster.
Yeah, I didn't have a poster, but I was a huge fan of Muggsy Bogues.
I was more of a Spud Webb guy.
I was more Earl Boykins.
Oh, wow.
Earl Boykins was good, too. I like all three of them. I have a Spud Webb shirt I had to retire because it's too thin.
I mean, any guys that play around 5'5" to 5'8" in the NBA.
And can dunk. Muggsy couldn't dunk, though, could he? Spud could.
No.
I don't think Muggsy Bogues could dunk.
Boykins couldn't either.
I think Spud was probably like 5'6", and then Muggsy was like 5'3".
Yeah, and Boykins was 5'5". But it's pretty incredible. Like, you go to a game, and I'm almost 6'3", and Steph is 6'3", and you guys have seen him out there, and he looks small.
Yeah, he looks tiny. Yeah, that's one thing about going to an actual NBA game. You're blown away how big the players are.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the guards. The point guards are massive in
right.
the NBA.
You just said, like, Seth Curry's your height, right?
Yeah, Westbrook's probably what?
And he's the smallest guy on the court.
And he looks like he's a very small person.
Yeah,
right?
Russ Westbrook probably 6'6", 2.
No, he's 6'4", probably.
Is he only 6'4"?
6'4", 6'5".
I thought he was 6'6".
No.
Yeah, only 6'4".
I know, but he looks bigger than that. Go ahead.
Then 7 p.m. on Access TV, you got a new top 10 revealed. Top 10 bands you can eat.
Rat?
Oh, my gosh, Lance.
Chili Peppers.
The Red Hot Chili Peppers you could eat. Cake. You could eat cake.
Lemon drops.
Cake.
Lemon heads.
Lemon heads.
Yeah.
I like the lemon drops better, though. Didn't you? I don't know if you could eat a lemon head.
I almost went Peaches, but that was the name of a song.
Bush
from Presidents. Yeah.
I knew it. There was actually one he didn't go with that I was fearful he was going to.
Bare-naked ladies.
I watched the first Yellowstone. My wife and I did last night. It was her idea, actually.
Stop. I told you, stop.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm just going to ask you one question. There's no spoilers in this at all. The girl, Beth, is that the daughter's name?
Yes.
Is she highly profiled in the remainder of the series?
Oh, more and more every day.
She gets worse. And,
I'm out.
Yeah, and
Done.
Brown, you'll have the exact same opinion. I'm the only person that doesn't like Beth Dutton in the world, I think.
Really? No, I've watched one episode, can't stand her.
Yeah.
Like, I just ask you, if she's highly profiled, I think I'm done. I don't think I can deal with her. You like her Dunaway?
Oh, I think she's fantastic.
She always talks.
No, it gets worse.
Got her eyes.
She ain't talking like that anymore.
What about John Dunn? You like him?
I mean, I actually like the Kevin Costner character. I kind of like it. I think it's a pretty good character.
No,
I did not
him
like
and
the
Rip are the
daughter.
best characters, no doubt.
I didn't like the daughter at all. And,
Casey needs a bath.
and the lawyer's son, we've shoehorned that one into the storyline. Come on, it's not even believable.
Y'all watch. No, it turns into a big storyline down the road.
I think I'm out.
You guys watch things differently than I do. None of that stuff ever bothers me. I just watch the story as it's laid out.
But I don't know how people like that.
How does she
He
not?
talks too much.
I don't
He
get
needs a muzzle.
into he needs a shower. The voice doesn't
So you
bother
can't tell
me.
when somebody looks really greasy and dirty.
Yeah, I just don't notice it. I mean, that's the way I pictured. That's the way it is in the
Yeah,
West.
that doesn't bother me. It's just her carrying. I didn't like that at all.
Brown,
No.
you will die how she develops.
Okay, well, I'm out, I think.
Anything else you're watching, Rockstar?
No, not really. There's a new. And I told you about Squid Game. It was the #1 viewed Netflix show, but right now it's being overtaken on Netflix by a new Korean show called Hellbound. Unearthly beings deliver bloody condemnation, sending individuals to hell and giving rise to a religious group founded on the idea of divine justice. This is the new hottest thing on Netflix.
Yep, absolutely. Pritch, over in the Farmfolio chat room says Rockstar says bare naked ladies gets nothing when Rockstar says after
Lance
the Bush
had,
comment.
Well, Lance had it.
Yeah,
he won.
So that all works out good. It's in the Farmfolio chat room, brought to you by our folks at Farmfolio.
Oh, Jimmy D, listen, if you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net.
And Krusty said Spud dunked during warm-ups, just not in the game.
He never dunked in a game.
Oh, I bet he did.
Oh, I bet he did, too. I know he dunked in the slam dunk contest.
Yeah, it was really, really good. All right. This guy is on LT's nerves. Is Baker Mayfield queued up, ready to go? Baker upset, frustrated with his play, and the play of the Browns. Even though they beat the Lions this past weekend, they're now 6-5. I saw his 11-minute post-game news conference, and then again on Monday, I saw it chopped into a 2-minute 30 seconds where he was, pelted with like 6 or 7 questions about him being frustrated in his body language, leaving the field and everything, including fans booing the offense. Here is Baker Mayfield.
You looked frustrated coming off the field yesterday. Is that why we didn't hear from you?
Yeah, I was frustrated, among other things. Yeah, I mean, I've never dodged any questions or hid away from that. So it's not about that. Just frustrated, removed emotions and all that from it. Just decided it was best to wait.
I think that's what surprised us all, Baker, is that you pride yourself on being that guy and being accountable and stepping forward. And
not one part of that's not being accountable. I'd be the first to tell you I played like so it's not about accountable, and I don't owe you guys any of that. I owe that to my teammates, and I talk to them, so that's what matters.
Baker, what did you make of some of the booing there in the second half from the fans?
Those are probably the same fans that won't be quiet while we're on offense and trying to operate, so don't really care.
Well, it's Baker Mayfield and how he ended that news conference there yesterday. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, that last comment's just ridiculous. Look, you're the number 1 overall selection. You've got everything around you now. You've got one of the better defenses. They're 4th overall in total defense. You've got one of the best running games with Chubb and Hunt. And Baker Mayfield's not playing good football. I mean, just own it. Look, fans pay hard money to come out here and see me play. I need to give them better.
Okay,
I'm not
so
playing well.
let me ask you, with his shoulder injury, should he just sit down until he's healthy, or should he keep playing and trying to finish the season?
Well, it's
because he's harnessed up with his shoulder. He's not
you can
throwing
make
shoulder.
excuses all you want, Dunaway.
No, I mean,
he's
he's
playing like shit. He is.
He's playing injured. He's playing injured, and
okay, and a lot of people are. I mean,
I know you
Aaron
can attack
Rodgers
it
is
two
playing
ways.
with turf toe this weekend.
He is, and
this is a non-throwing shoulder that he's playing with. If it was bad enough, they would shut him down.
And he said he's not playing well. He admitted that.
I'm just saying you can't attack the fans that are paying good money. That's where it draws the line.
Well,
There's an expectation, and he is the weak point of this team right now.
That's where he stepped over the line. Now, I had no problem with him saying I don't owe the media accountability. He doesn't. He owes that to his teammates. I do think the starting quarterback probably has an obligation to meet with the media after every single game. You're the starting quarterback. You're the face of the franchise. I think you've got that obligation. But if he skipped one and then came back and did the next day, I'm not going to kill him for that.
He lives there.
I know he lives in the stadium. He just went back to his room. But you don't attack the fans. That was out of bounds.
And then taking a shot at their IQ, too.
Yeah. I mean, you do not do that. That is way out of bounds. Those fans
their
pay your
football
salary.
IQ is what he was taking a shot at. Their football IQ, the ones that are making noise when we're offensively trying to run plays.
They pay money, and if they want to boo Baker Mayfield because he is playing horribly right now.
They pay your salary. They don't just pay money. They pay your salary. That's your bosses. That's your salary-paying fan right there.
So what should he have said? What do you think of the fans who are booing me when I'm leaving the field?
I had not heard this, and I thought by the way he was talking, he's going to say, look, I deserve it. The way we've played, I'm the first one to own it. I've played it. It's there.
He said it in the other clip. Why not just say it again? Look,
I know.
I told you guys earlier that I played horribly this past weekend.
Yep.
I've got to be better.
That's right.
In order to us to get to where we want to be, I've got to play better. They can boo me.
If he had said, if I were sitting in those stands, I would have booed me. I deserve to be booed the way I played, and it's 100%.
And he's a problem. Right. I don't think this is going to turn around.
Yeah,
they're 6-5. The Browns have won how much since they've come back as an organization?
Oh, not a lot.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
So they're 6-5 with an injured quarterback and a problem that's now on your team, Odell Beckham Jr., who's finally off the team.
Yeah.
Didn't play well, but in the NFL, you get a win. A win's a win. They got to win.
Against Detroit, a winless team by 3 at home.
Yeah, and they're right in the division race. I mean, it's not like Baltimore is running away.
They're last place in the division, but a game and a half out.
Right in the thick of
I think what's frustrating is you see Baker play a really good game as he did, I think, 3 weeks ago. He had Cincinnati, and then he plays this dud. And I know he's beat up, but there's a lot of quarterbacks out there that are beat up right now.
Yeah, he is. He's probably shouldn't be playing. Aaron Rodgers is looking for a bye week. There are some players that get an opportunity to sit out when they're banged up. Cleveland's not in that situation with Baker Mayfield. Taysom Hill is another guy that is interesting this morning in the National Football League. He has a new deal with the New Orleans Saints. Taysom Hill, at age 31, gets a 4-year contract worth $40 million basement. Could go up to as much as $95 million if he becomes the starting quarterback. $22.5 million of that is guaranteed money for basically a glorified special teams player.
He's been banged up too, but he still is not starting. Like, the thing was coming into the season, is it going to be Winston? Is it going to be Hill? Now that Winston's out, Trevor Siemian is your starting quarterback. This guy, I'm convinced, has got some kind of pictures on Sean Payton. He has to. I don't understand the loyalty, the money that they're giving this guy. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns this year. He's got 1 interception, 0 passing touchdowns. He's a hybrid guy that you can use a lot of different ways, Dunaway, but he's making elite money. It just doesn't make any sense.
It really is odd. It is super odd how much he loves him, how much Sean Payton loves this guy and the way the team pays him.
But doesn't love him enough to start him at quarterback now.
What would you imagine his career high rushing yards in a season is?
In a season?
Career high, yes. In a season.
475 yards.
I would say 235.
457. Dunaway was close. Career high rushing touchdowns in a season.
That
5.
gets skewed because they give him the football down inside. I'll say 8.
8. God, it's like you read up on this.
Just guess.
14 for his career. He's got 14 rushing touchdowns. So he must be a dynamic receiver, right? Career high receiving yards.
Career high in a season?
In a season.
198.
234. That's the only time he's been over 100. He's got 388 career receiving yards and 7 career receiving touchdowns. The guy's got 21 touchdowns in basically 4 seasons of playing, 3.5 seasons of playing.
Really good on special teams.
You're right. He's a glorified special teams guy.
But $22.5 million is guaranteed.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
It really doesn't.
I assume Saints fans love him. I'm not a Saints fan. Hit us up if you are a Saints fan in the Farm Folio chat room. Is this just like your Chipper Jones, your Freddie Freeman? Is he just the face of the organization? I don't understand why you would spend that much money.
I know some Saints fans, roommate brother, Saints fan, and I remember talking to him, and he always had the same problem that Brown had. Why do you take the ball out of Drew Brees' hands?
Yeah. It never made any sense.
To put it in Taysom Hill's hands.
First ballot Hall of Famer, right in that mustard-colored jacket in 5 years. And you would take him off the field to give the ball to Taysom Hill. Made no sense.
I think they respect that Hill's a tough guy that can do a lot of different things, but I think everyone, including Saints fans, they're baffled by the money this guy continues to get.
All right. When we come back, we'll do college football. You'll hear from Shane Beamer. You'll hear from Kirby Smart as we head to Rivalry Weekend. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill Services, always there to clean up and a lot more.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Recently experienced that just a couple of months ago. First thing I did was call the team at Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew. They are the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farm Folio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now
you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Oh, we'll go into the backyard of some of these coaches in just a second, right in the locker room or their news conferences.
I think I'll pass.
Backyard Adventures right here brings you this part of the show. Backyard Adventures, the perfect gift for the holidays for your kids, also for the spring, summer, their entire childhood. And right now the display sale is going on at the Backyard Adventure location just off 119. Final orders guaranteed for Christmas delivery. The phone number to call, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. Or you can go to backyardalabama.com. They have the display sale going on, but always quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranty play sets. That's lifetime warranty. Anything breaks or you're not happy with, they take care of it and fix it for you. They'll set it up. They take care of the customers from start to finish. They assemble it, put it together. You don't have to, screw one screw, nail one nail, dig one hole. They set the whole thing up for you. They'll move it. They'll take it down. They've got maintenance programs to keep it looking brand new. They'll do the landscaping so it fits beautifully into your backyard. And again, this is a gift that will last the entire childhood of your kids. A perfect gift for your family. Gives you quality time in your backyard. Backyardalabama.com for our friends at Backyard Adventure. Backyardalabama.com. To the locker room, Shane Beamer, right here after South Carolina beats Auburn to become bowl eligible. It's the post-game speech that everyone in college football was talking about Sunday morning.
That was big boy SEC football. We got that thing to the fourth quarter, and you never flinched, man. I'm so proud of you guys, man.
That from South Carolina Athletics right there. Shane Beamer, emotional in the locker room. He cried in the post-game interview on the field, you fans who were watching it afterwards, because he knew what was coming. There was Clemson, who was playing good football. And if they were going to get bowl eligible, they were going to have to beat Auburn. And they were down 14-0. And it looked like they were about to get run out of their own stadium by Auburn. But then his team fought back, won the game. Now they're bowl eligible, and they get house money in a rivalry game at home against Clemson. I don't think they can beat Clemson. Do you?
I don't, the way Clemson's playing right now. But you look at South Carolina, go back to that Kentucky game, one-possession game, could have won that one. Missouri, one-possession game, could have won that one. I mean, 6-5 is great. He starts to look at this. They could be 8-3. He's done an incredible job, and I think ultimately Kirby Smart will be your SEC Coach of the Year. But Shane Beamer's got to be in that mix.
Cowan Equipment poll question, Brownie. Cowan Equipment, we'll send this out. Shane Beamer at South Carolina, Josh Heupel, Tennessee, Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri. I'm not sure any of us expected all three of them, two of the three, one of the three, none of the three to be bowl eligible. Which one overcame the most, did the most to get their team bowl eligible? Is it Shane Beamer?
Probably so. I mean, when you look at their quarterback situation especially, and I know Tennessee's wasn't exactly smooth, but I think Heupel made a mistake in the starter there.
Yeah, that was on Heupel.
Yeah, I think he should have gone Hendon Hooker earlier than he did.
I mean, 22 touchdowns, 2 interceptions since he's become the starter in week 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just look at that and say Heupel screwed that one up, right? He went Joe Milton, and Milton was a disaster, and then Hooker took it over and kind of changed the way they played.
And Baszler was one of the best freshman quarterbacks last year in college football. So, yeah, the to overcome – to have a grad assistant starting after your number one goes down, and now you got Jason Brown as your starting quarterback. Last time he started a football game was at St. Francis.
Yeah. You know, he didn't blow me away Saturday night. But
made one really bad throw into the end zone.
But I thought he managed the game overall pretty well for his situation.
You know, I only got to see into the second quarter and then the second half. And I thought at times, I was like, God, this guy was playing in Division III. I mean, I thought he looked really talented, especially for that level.
Now, it helped that they were running the ball almost at will at times in that game, so that helped a lot. But still, I mean, I thought he could have been a disaster in that game.
That's one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions brought to you by our friends at Cowan.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
I want to give you Kirby Smart here, Rockstar cut number 11. And I agree with what Kirby's about to share with you here. But to think we're to this point in what is asked of college football coaches. Okay, that's all I'm going to say before this, but listen to what Kirby says, and then we're to this point of what is expected of our major college football coaches. Here's Kirby.
I think the landscape across college football is what it is. The stakes have gotten higher, the pay has gotten higher, and with that becomes expectations. And you know, it's a different landscape now than it was even 4 or 5 years ago in terms of portal, recruiting, number of initials. Everything changes so fast, and so it makes it tougher. And it's a much tougher job. And I think you've seen a lot of people in our level go to the next level because it has a little less strain on your family and things. So I know it's a tough atmosphere, but most people would say they pay you so much it doesn't matter.
He just said, he didn't use the word NFL, but he says people are leaving our level, the top of college football, to go to the NFL because of the less stress level. I mean, don't let that just wash over you. College football at that level, harder work, more hours, more stressful. And I agree with Kirby Smart.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the NFL is just stressful.
I mean, the problem with the NFL is you get fired so quick. You can get fired quicker in the NFL than you can in college.
You can get fired in 1 year instead
in the NFL instead of 2, maybe 3 in college. I mean,
13 games, Jimmy Lake. Usually you get 13 games in the NFL.
Extenuating circumstances, and that's
with
one
with
example.
That said, though, Brown, I mean, I think they're equally as stressful.
I think they probably are too. I think the difference in the stress level, you're coaching more games in the NFL, but you're getting more time away from the game. Like from the end of your season, you do some work for the draft. Once the draft's over, you're doing some work, but it's not recruiting.
It is a built-in schedule, Brown, that you can work around. You can plan vacation days. There's nothing going on these days. but there is something going on every month that I have to be there for, but I can take time off. In college,
nothing.
No time off.
No time off. It's always recruiting. And that's what kills these guys the most. If it were just coaching, I don't think you'd hear a guy like Kirby Smart say that.
Well, and the college coach does have to deal with not only the wins and losses, he's got to deal with recruiting and how he's recruiting. That's another phase. And then he's got to deal with kids that get in trouble. When NFL guys get in trouble, the coach is never part of that equation. They don't say,
never even gets to his desk.
Bill Belichick cannot handle his players.
Yep.
But when Urban Meyer was coaching Aaron Hernandez, that was when it was a problem.
And I spoke to one former GM, our buddy Phil Savage, in the press box this past week in Tuscaloosa. He says being a GM now is a lot harder than back when he was. GMs get blamed for everything now. The owner never talks directly to the coach. When the team's not playing bad, the owner is talking directly to the general manager, and it's his fault. Why have you not brought in more better players, or why did you bring in these players? Why did we draft that guy? Why did we do that? It's almost the bubble for the NFL coach is that GM now, who's a lot more high profile than they used to be.
But the money has created the expectations. Like if I'm a Michigan State fan and Mel Tucker signs that deal, I expect Michigan State to contend for the playoffs on the reg.
Can you pull that deal back, by the way? I mean,
honestly,
honestly,
it's going to be a bad look.
It would be a bad look, but if they lose to Penn State, all of a sudden they should have lost 4 or 5 because of the Michigan game, up 14 or 16. I know they won that game, but easily. That was, I mean.
That's money. They're burning money. I think it's a terrible deal.
He has not signed a contract, and he said in his news conference yesterday, I'm not talking about our contract situation until at the end of the year, until after this one more game. Got one more game before we can talk about that. It will not surprise me that if he is re-signed at Michigan State, it's not the money that was first reported. Will not surprise me if it's not more like
it's gonna be hard though.
8-year, $60 million deal or something like that.
I hope it's the money reported because I got him in the draft, but it's bad money for Michigan State.
Yeah, got to see how that all shakes out. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nut Dust. We'll get back into what Bo Nix said on the show yesterday, about 24 hours ago now, when we come back. And what we all think of that. We didn't really get a chance to give our opinions yesterday because we let Bo take the microphone. A lot of you have thought about it the last 24 hours. We'll give you our thoughts coming up after LT tells us about our friends at Nut Dust.
Great stocking stuffer this year for somebody in your life is Nut Dust. It's redefining the use and feel of body powder. It's talc-free, all-natural body powder, great for all over the body, below the belt, the feet, available in 4 great scents, Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wilding. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. Again, to order for this holiday season, not only the Nut Dust product, but also their merchandise, including the T-shirts. Go to officialnutdust.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on-site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Golf is hard enough as it is. It should be fun and enjoyable. That's why you should check out my friends with Golf Tees, the place to go for punny golf apparel. Quality golf apparel with a sense of humor. To check out the fun, go to officialgolftees.com for the latest in golf t-shirts and hats. Quality and fun apparel priced for everyone, no matter your budget. Again, check them out on their website, officialgolftees.com, or on all social media platforms at Official Golf Tees. Relax and swing hard in case you hit it. officialgolftees.com.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville. And they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And as always, the third hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, where it's officially lunchtime again in America. And you can swing by there and get a fantastic lunch today or any day. Those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the chicken on a stick, the po' boys, the tenders, those full fried chicken plates, all the great comfort sides that you get. And swing by and get catering done by our friends at Champy's Chicken as well. Or you can just go to champyschicken.com, order, and get the pickup right there in the easy pickup lane at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird, champyschicken.com. All right, in your headlines, basically we're looking ahead to Rivalry Week. Both Alabama and Auburn's coaches talked yesterday. Last night, Tampa Bay a winner over the Giants, 30-10. We're moving towards the college basketball season. Yesterday, we told you Alabama was up to number 10 in the AP poll. They play again Thursday. Auburn was up a couple of spots to into the top 20 at number 19 in the AP poll. They play tomorrow against UConn, who's also nationally ranked. A lot of SEC basketball tonight, and you have number 1 Gonzaga and number 2 UCLA playing tonight, 9 o'clock on ESPN. Coaching carousel continuing to move, all that in your headlines. But let's jump into what Bo Nix said here on our air yesterday on Next Round Live. It's part of our Crane Works name, image, and likeness deal with Bo. If I remember correctly, Brown, it started off with a question you asked of Bo about if he watched Bryce Young, right?
That's right. If you watched the Bama game. And didn't mention officiating at all. I just was curious if he had seen where I was actually going with that. I wondered if he watched Bryce Young, and I was curious if he reached out to him to say, hey, congratulations on the school record. I know they've got a relationship. In fact, they're both Subway spokespeople now.
That's right.
They actually have almost a shared business interest.
Yeah, I did think it was really interesting the way you asked the question, where his answer begins and the way it continues to unfold.
Yeah, his answer had nothing to do with the question I asked earlier.
Yep. So Brown asked his question. Here's how Bo Nix responded, and I've been doing this long enough to know what I thought the headline was going to be coming out of the interview, so I wanted to give Bo a chance to backtrack or to clarify what he meant. And here's how it went yesterday here on the Next Round.
Were you able to watch the Bama game and Bryce Young throwing for 7,000 yards and Alabama needing every one of them?
Yeah, I did, and just also saw Arkansas almost did the same thing.
Yeah.
And just a few of those obviously controversial calls that were in that game. It just raises some questions for sure. I guess unless you're an Alabama fan, but that's just part of the game. We've discussed it over and over and over.
We have, yes.
And that's not going to change no matter what happens.
I'll give you a chance to try to elaborate or not comment on your previous comment, but you're not insinuating Alabama gets calls by the SEC officials or anything, right?
I think legitimately, I think you can watch the game and anybody unbiased will think that something is different. But I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of how it's always been.
So that's what he said yesterday. And before we get into the discussion, now he wasn't the only one that was unhappy with the officiating in the Arkansas-Alabama game. Hunter Yurachek is the athletic director at Arkansas, and he tweeted, and just full disclosure, my seat in the press box is usually right next to the visiting athletic director's box. And I kept wondering the whole game, where was Hunter Yurachek? Why was he not in his athletic director's box right next to me? They had a coaches show camera up there shooting highlights, reverse camera highlights up top from that point with the window open and everything. And I come to find out Hunter is on the sidelines. And apparently working the officials. If you search the internet and find Hunter Yurachek yelling at the officials, what the hell are you looking at? What the hell are you looking at? He asked the official a couple of times in one of the videos. Here's what he tweeted afterwards. Disappointed for everyone in Razorback football in that locker room. Played and coached their hearts out. Earned and deserved better. 2 years in a row leaving this state with a bad taste in my mouth. Proud today and every day to be an Arkansas Razorback. A lot of people took that as the AD upset about the play call, the officiating in this Alabama game and the year before, by the way, Bo, in the Auburn game down at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Well, look, I understand the Auburn game. I mean, look, that was blatant. I think we all saw that. That's the rule. Should have been a fumble. Should have been a clear recovery. Should have been Arkansas's ball. They should have won that game. I had Arkansas plus 21 Saturday night, so I was essentially pulling for Arkansas. I didn't see any controversial calls. We talked about the one Jamison Williams reception that I don't think you can overturn. I was hoping they were going to overturn it, but I don't think you can overturn it. Outside of that, did you guys see anything controversial?
Well, I mean, I thought the overturn of their touchdown was controversial, and then on the next play, the guy clearly scores, and they rule it down on the one. They end up overturning that and giving him a touchdown. So that really doesn't cost you any points. But when stuff like that happens as a fan, you're like, my gosh, what do we got to do to get points in this stadium, right? I mean, I felt like we scored. They overturn it. We clearly scored. They call us down on the one.
You're right. I tend to forget once you score and it's been kind of wiped off.
But if you're a fan, you don't. You forget that because you were emotionally involved in the game because you gave out Alabama or gave out Arkansas, right? When you're emotionally involved. See, and this is the whole thing about this. Alabama gets all the calls. Okay? Or I'm sure in the Big Ten they say the same thing of Ohio State. And I'm sure in the Big 12 they say the same thing about Oklahoma and Texas when Texas is worth a crap.
Clemson and the ACC.
Yes. I'm sure that the primo team in each conference, probably every other team says this about.
Michael Jordan's Bulls.
When you are emotionally involved in a game, one of the issues I have with what Bo said there is you can look at it objectively. Bo can't look at it objectively. He can't. Bo plays for Auburn. Bo grew up an Auburn fan. Bo grew up hating Alabama. I don't blame Bo for that. He should. That's what this rivalry is. But Bo can't look at that objectively, and a fan can't look at it. If you're emotionally involved in the Auburn game, and it gets ruled that ball nicked Jalen Simpson at the end of the game, and you're like, we're getting screwed. Look, I don't think they should have overturned it. I'm not emotionally involved. I'm just sitting there watching the game. I want Auburn to win. They're a state team. But if Auburn wins or loses, it ain't changing my Saturday night. When you're emotionally involved, you lose objectivity. You can't deny that. Now, guys, let's put football as Lance, the Rams. You get emotionally involved in the Ramley, you lose your objectivity.
That's true.
You can't deny that. Dunaway, you get emotionally involved in rom-coms.
Yep.
You lose your objectivity on whether it's a good movie or not.
Well, also the Buccaneers.
The Buccaneers.
SEC teams playing Big Ten teams.
That's right.
I'm all SEC.
Your kid, if he's 8, he gets stuck in right field. You believe he should be playing
That's
shortstop.
right. You can't make clear decisions when you get emotionally involved. You just can't. You can't. That's the way emotion works.
But I was surprised. Jimmy Professional gave him an opportunity to walk it back. I thought once everything was cleared up, because, a kid in the moment like that, they get caught up and you just start to roll, and one topic of conversation turns into something completely different, which it kind of did. And I thought once you reset everything, I thought he would pull it back. He even pushed forward a little bit more.
Well, here's what happens with us, because we don't interview like everyone else, and we make an environment on our show where we're laid back and we're not here to break any news. We're just laid back guys having a conversation about sports, and Bo joins us every week, and he's been very open, and I think we've created a quote unquote safe atmosphere to express your opinions, right? And that's what we do on the show every day. And Luginbill does it. Anybody who joins us on a regular basis, I think we create this safe space for you to kick your shoes off, put up your feet, and have a safe conversation.
We're not the gotcha show. We're not looking to, I got him. Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to go back and sort of, knock on the glass and remind him, hey, by the way, we are broadcasting, and there are people that are going to pick up what you said and make it into a story, especially Iron Bowl week. So I want to give you a chance to clarify it or backtrack. And I too was surprised that he kept going down that road and doubling down on it, in fact. And I just believe in officiating. And I know they get calls wrong, but I just believe in officiating. And there are going to be missed calls in a week, in a game, in a lifetime that you'll remember forever. And I can't watch and enjoy sports every week thinking the officials are out to get me. I believe SEC fans agree on 3 things. They believe, 1, that their rival is cheating or pushing the envelope in recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, they all believe Gary Danielson hates their team.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3, they believe the officials are out to get them. And I think that's the case across the board in the SEC. And that's about the only thing we agree on in this league, I think, is those 3 things. I just don't believe, I can't spend my life thinking the officials are out manipulating games in certain teams' favor. Any fan base can point to another team's football games and said, wait, they got that call there. They got that call there. Every Alabama fan can go back and say, Nick Marshall got the big pass in the 2013 Iron Bowl with a player downfield that wasn't called. Right. Or this happened on this play that was Preston Gothard's whole body was in at Penn State, and the Penn State fullback's third cousin was the back judge in that game. They were out to get us. Everybody can do that with every game.
I agree with you. I don't think there's any conspiracy theory, and as Clay said, guys would go to jail. Tim Donahue. You guys remember the NBA official?
Yeah.
I have gotten conditioned to realize these guys aren't going to be perfect. They are selling insurance on the side. They're doing whatever other things in life. They're not 100% devoted. And if you want perfection, then maybe with this SEC money, you find a way to make full-time officials.
But you would not get perfection then.
But it might get better.
It'd get better. But, I mean, the problem is...
Well, you've got the professionals that all they do is is work for the conference that are in the review room in Birmingham.
Right.
And that's the one everyone's pointing to is the Jamison Williams call, right? That goes to replay. And the professionals in Birmingham chime in with the insurance sellers, and they say,
sellers.
we're gonna hang on. We're gonna keep the call on the field.
But there again, I've got less of an issue with that one. Arkansas fans are pissed about that one. I've got less of an issue with that one because it's called a touchdown on the field. So I've got to be 100% certain that's not a touchdown.
And what was the explanation on the broadcast?
Gene Steratore, who, if you think he's got a dog in the fight, this guy's an NFL. He's a college basketball official, an NFL guy. Who, because CBS doesn't want to pay another guy to do just one Saturday game, Gene, we're going to add this to your play sheet here. You're going to do all the NFL games on Sunday, and we need you to show up Saturday, too, to do this one. He doesn't give a rip if Alabama beats Arkansas or what. Gene Steratore, he's just sitting there. And he said he thought it was a touchdown. But there again, it was called a touchdown on the field, so you got to know 100% it's not. That was the same thing with the Jalen Simpson. It was ruled down on the field. It was not ruled that it hit him. You had to be 100% certain it did to overturn that one. I didn't think it looked that way.
What would have been fascinating if Bo Nix had those comments if he was playing this week. Now,
I would agree.
You never would have asked the question because Bo wouldn't have been sitting on his couch watching
That's a
football
good point.
all
We
day.
never would have gotten there.
So we never would have gotten to the point that we're at right now. But it would have been fascinating because I still think it's going to be, if there is any locker room material or bulletin board material.
Because the players got asked about it over in Tuscaloosa this past week. Okay, my big thought after Brown tells us about the great folks at Stand Up for Insurance Agency.
Listen, one thing we all can agree on, right, is that you got to have insurance. And you may as well be getting the best value you can. So do what I did and call the Stand Up for Insurance group and get an insurance checkup. 205-664-3200, 205-664-3200. Have your coverages ready and what you pay each month for those coverages, and let them simply run the numbers for you and see if they could save. 664-3200 or standupperinsuranceGroup.com.
Okay, now here's my I may have overstated it by saying my big thought, Brown. I have very few of those.
Just sell it hard, though.
But here is my big takeaway of this. Here is a starting quarterback in the SEC questioning SEC officials and their integrity.
Not the first time he's done it, by the way. He did it on this show after the Georgia game.
Here is an athletic director for a second year in a row, a sitting athletic director in this conference questioning the SEC officials and their integrity. At some point, Greg Sankey has to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with the coaches and the ADs at what's going on. I mean, there's got to be some good for the league conversations here, because this is not a good road to go down on. If every week we're going to have another high-profile person in this body of work we've got called the Southeastern Conference that's going to be questioning the integrity of what's going on in the field, that's not good for long-term success and viability of the league. So the guy in charge, Greg Sankey, at some point, and I don't know what you do, you have to get the ADs, and one in particular, on the same page and talking about how we handle ourselves in public, especially when talking about officials. And I know he didn't specifically say officials, but we're all smart enough to know what he was hinting at. Well, so that's my big takeaway, is that's why I asked Clay this. Do we have a perception problem that becomes a reality that you have to deal with?
This didn't get a whole lot of headlines because it's Kentucky's head coach, but group this with Mark Stoops, who I think it was 2 weeks ago said, I'm just done sending plays to the SEC. I get nothing out of it. So basically saying, I've got these plays each week that I think the SEC screws up. I send them to the SEC each week. I get nothing out of it, so I'm done.
Yep. Now, do I think the SEC officials' report card was an A 5 years ago and they're less than that right now? Yeah, I watch games every week, and I think to myself, it doesn't seem like the officials are as crisp as they were 5 years ago. Am I part of that tainted because I'm a huge Steve Shaw fan, and I think Steve Shaw did a wonderful job at coordinating the SEC officials and had his eye focused just on this conference, and now he's the national head of officials, and maybe, he doesn't have as much of a fingerprint on what's going on because he's handling the entire nation and not the conference? Yeah, I think it's not as good as it used to be, or at least it doesn't appear to be. So, yeah, I think something needs to be done, and I don't like it when we have questions about officials coming. There's going to be bad calls every weekend, and we're going to come on this platform and talk about the questionable calls. That's what fans do. It's what announcers do. That's what's going to happen. But I don't like when we go from questioning a bad call to the intent of all the calls helping out a certain program, whether it be in Tuscaloosa or anywhere else. We joke about Rupp Arena all the time in basketball. I don't think anybody really believes that the SEC officials are manipulating games in Rupp Arena to help Kentucky. It's a long joke that we've all used in the basketball circles forever. You know why Kentucky wins at Rupp Arena most years? Because they're better at basketball than the other teams.
Well, it is, but I do think there was something to basketball where officials get intimidated by that crowd.
Yeah, I do think that happens more.
There are stats that back that up.
Am I going to go charge block here? You know, I'm going to go charge because I want to appease the home crowd.
Yeah, I think stats back that up, that those 50-50 calls in basketball are influenced by the home crowd.
Yeah, but I will say this too. We are asking college football officials to call more than they've ever had to call. More bang judgment calls than they've ever had to call. The game is being played faster by better athletes than it's ever been played. And to Clay's point earlier, we get better looks at it now than we've ever gotten. And bad calls spread faster across the world than they've ever spread. I mean, you just go back 10 years. 10 years may not be enough. Was every game on TV 10 years ago, or at least streamed?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, 15 years ago. You know, I mean, 15, 20 years ago, there might have been a bad call in even like, Georgia, Louisiana Lafayette game. Well, that game was on pay-per-view. Nobody even sees it. And the pay-per-view probably has 4 cameras, so you don't even get a good look at the replay, right? But that's not the case anymore. We see everything now.
Yep. And you see it from multiple angles on some broadcasts, like the CBS broadcast. Yeah. And on some of them, you've got only bad angles.
I'm okay with for the most part, I'm okay with the calls that are missed in action. It's when replay really jacks it up that I've got a problem. Yep. You've got everything in front of you. You really shouldn't screw it up on replay.
That's right. Replay should be the correction.
That's it.
Should always be the correction. So that's our thought on what went on yesterday here on our show. Everyone else in the sports world has had a thought or a take on it since yesterday for 24 hours. We appreciate Bo in his honesty and feeling comfortable enough with us to share his feelings. He is scheduled to be with us again on Monday to talk about the Iron Bowl, what happened Saturday, and looking ahead. One note that a friend of mine pointed out last night was, in basketball terms, what happens when you want to start getting the calls to go your way, Brown?
You get a technical.
The head coach either gets a technical or he starts working the official, and at some point, maybe the official starts noticing somebody putting their hands on him or something. A friend of mine called me last night and said, Bo is a genius. That so much attention from your interview with Bo on SEC officiating favoring Alabama, that any 50-50 call in the Iron Bowl on Saturday will go Auburn's way. It's what he believes, that Bo intentionally set the table for his team's success on Saturday on the bang calls.
Genius.
Yep.
If so.
So keep score at home this weekend. If we go to review in quote-unquote Birmingham, how many goes Auburn's way and how many goes Alabama's way? If it goes Auburn's way, you have one person to thank, Bo Nix.
Leave us out of it, please. Yeah. I don't want to get stuck in the middle of that one.
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing want to take care of your roof at your house. Greg from Pell City. They've been doing this for over 20 years. They're locally owned, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. They offer the best warranties in the business, and insurance companies love them. That means they will get the best deal for you from the insurance companies. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after all the storms we have in the spring and summer around here, it is time to get the roof inspected. Call Greg Nelson today. Good chance Greg will answer the phone. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. A free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and you can hook up there to get that free no-cost inspection because you're a next-round viewer. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Weight of Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Weight of Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Trash on the table in just a second. By the way, Clay Travis earlier, his 4 teams he projects for the college football playoffs: Georgia, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Oklahoma State. Clay will be in Auburn this week, so you can give him hell if you're a Bama fan if you see him that he doesn't think Bama can beat Georgia. Tell them the next round said hi.
Again, the only thing that you heard Luginbill talk about how battle tested they're going to be after Arkansas and Auburn, and this number is going to come out around Georgia 4. The public's going to be all over Georgia.
Interesting, which normally tells you what?
Well, I mean, it's not foolproof, but Nick Saban is going to have plenty of motivation, right?
Yep.
A lot of comments in our Farm Folio chat room. We'll get back to those a little bit later on, but right now, Rockstar wants to tell us about his man.
I want to tell you all about Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in the Beeham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
There's a lot of men behind the scenes of the Alabama dynasty that does not get rings, Brown.
Yep.
How about a guy named Josh Kirby who keeps Little Debbie's in stock in the state of Alabama? Josh Kirby, longtime listener and viewer with us. His daughter works at Way to Wellness, one of the great sponsors.
Seems like a conflict of interest.
It is, and I go into for my Way to Wellness treatment yesterday, and
Put the Santa shot next to you,
and she hands this.
Right.
She hands this to me and says, "My dad remembers you guys like these from a past show back in the day. He listens every day on his route around for Little Debbie's, and I wanted to hand these to us." So we'll be enjoying these as we give you an extra hour of live programming today. But Josh, thanks for listening for a long time, and we appreciate you and all of our listeners and viewers for knowing us and understanding the show.
Is Santa wearing Tampa red there?
That is Battle Red, yep. I like that a lot. Really good. Appreciate the gift a lot. Let's do trash. It's brought to you, as always, by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rocky.
Well, 3 buildings have been destroyed after an intense fire ripped through them in Rumford, and now all that's left is a pile of rubble.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, it's the holiday season, and we want you to do gift giving right. Buying that perfect gift for your loved one. It can be expensive, and you don't want to be driving the sleigh with a couple of reindeer down. So get a cash-out refi with Mortgage Right to crank up the Christmas spirit. Mortgage Right can help you turn your home equity into cash, into your pocket. Their team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance you need to get your finances back on track. Kick Christmas into high gear. Get started at mortgageright.com/TNR. Okay, a little complication with this first story.
Complication?
By the way, well, you just got to pay attention to it.
Okay.
It's pretty fascinating.
Right.
We had a submission from Patty the Office chick who was nice enough to sing a little Weezer in studio yesterday. It was too controversial for me to put in trash today.
The one that he sent?
Yeah.
Wow. Jeez.
So earlier,
I'll just tell you, it had to do with a Russian cannibal.
Oh, dear.
How fast was he going?
Did you see the story?
No. But
So Russian cannibal, too aggressive to put into trash.
Yeah.
Maybe when I saw the pictures, it was pure evil, and I just didn't want anything to do with it.
Okay.
All right.
Pure evil.
I would say a Russian cannibal is probably pure evil.
I'm okay. I'm okay with you leaving it out.
That's right.
I mean, there's a level you have to go to get past band names you can eat and the ones we threw out earlier.
Yeah. Okay, well, this one in Kansas City. A man was critically hurt when his wife drove over him twice as he tried to dislodge a bowling ball that had been thrown in front of their car on Saturday.
Did I get him the first time?
Let me check if he's going.
No, wait. Somebody threw a bowling ball.
I'm going to get to it.
That lodged.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, just try to pay attention.
By the way, somebody in the Farm Folio chat room gave you props for the Russian cannibal.
I got nothing.
You got nothing. How fast was he going? It just hit me what you said there. That was very good.
Russian. I get
Russian
it now.
cannibal.
Okay.
Very good, Russian.
Wait, can I just guess on the end of the story? Her lover rolled the ball under the car.
Oh, wow.
Now, the couple ran over the bowling ball about 3 p.m. on Saturday, and the ball became lodged under the car. Now, later in the day, a suspect went to a police station and admitted to throwing a bowling ball in front of a moving car.
Okay.
Now, after they stopped, the 25-year-old man crawled under the vehicle to try to remove the ball. Then a suspect approached the vehicle and tried to grab the 25-year-old woman's purse while the man was trying to reach the bowling ball. So just bad
timing.
Bad timing on the whole thing. Basically got a carjacking or a purse jacking while the guy's under the car trying to get the ball out.
That's right.
That's when the struggle over the purse, the woman pressed her foot on the gas pedal, then heard the yell from underneath the car.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She had rolled over the husband. Police said that's when the woman actually panicked, put the car in reverse, rolled over the husband a second time.
My bad.
Well, you didn't move.
Suspect did flee without the purse, so she did get to keep the purse.
Sweetie, I kept my purse.
Yeah.
Man was taken to a hospital in critical condition. Good news, he's in stable condition now.
If you're scoring at home, one ball lodged under the truck turned into 3.
Do you remember the Tom Owen guy that would get run over?
I do remember the Tom Owen guy.
Did I tell you the story?
Yes. You told it.
Tell it again for the new audience.
No, I was working for Radio Disney. This is back in 1997, and we were doing. I did promotions and a bunch of different sales. I did everything for them, and so we had Tom Owen came out to sign autographs. You know, that was flying off the shelves. But I was driving at that point a Mazda Navajo, which was basically like the Ford, the small.
Right.
What was it? The Ford Bronco.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it was. Anyway, it got kind of boring and people weren't coming up to get his autograph. And we're doing this at Brookwood Mall. I said, hey, man, we can amp this thing up. Let me run you over in my Navajo. And he said, it's not going to happen. And I'm like, dude, you've been run over before. We'll put some boards on. Just let me run over.
I love it. My favorite part of this story is Lance is so beat up. The guy, he has never met Lance in his life. And he's going to trust him to run him over in a car.
Okay, so wait, how do you build this trust bond with somebody that's going to run you over?
Because
I'm not going to stop.
No, I'm saying.
He tells me a number I need to hit. If it needs to be 30, I'll go 30 when I hit him.
But I don't know you from Adam's house, cat. I'm not going to let you do that.
Anyway, he didn't let me.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah. I don't blame him.
Promotion ended up being a dud.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Shocker. I always thought that the way the trucks ran over him, there was a way that the pressure was never on him. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the tire is on his gut for a little bit. It's ramp, and then on his gut for a minute, and then back on the ramp. But, I mean, if he misses, Lance going to plow it over his face.
Yeah, if I take his ribs.
Yeah. I mean, I've never blamed Tom Owen for this.
Yeah.
I don't know. We got a TikTok user has shared how she mistook one of her AirPods for ibuprofen, accidentally swallowed it.
It's a big old pill.
I mean, it could happen.
Yep.
Now, saying on TikTok that she was sharing this information, quote, for educational purposes, the Boston-based user named, doesn't matter, explained that she had the pill in one hand. Quote, I was crawling into bed, she says on the TikTok video. I had an ibuprofen 800 in my right hand, and I had my left AirPod in the left hand. So is it 800 milligrams? Is it that big, I guess, horse pill-like?
A little bit bigger.
Well, I'm guessing that you can't really tell, but I don't understand why you have one in one and one in the other. What are you using to drink? You just going from a fountain?
I think your normal Advil, that's a good point. Your normal Advil, I think, is 200, like the capsule.
Yeah.
So an 800 would be a bigger pill.
Yeah, but I swallow without any liquid. I mean, I just
do you now, Joe?
I just throw it in there.
Jim's a trooper.
I do not like the horse pill.
I don't either.
But do y'all drink every time you swallow a pill?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I don't.
I've got extremely large tonsils, though.
I swallow without.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, I worry about choking.
Here's what I do. If I'm going to take a pill, I'll take it, I'll get a pre-drink pill, and then wash her down.
You know, there are certain ones, like capsules, you're supposed to lean forward as you try to swallow because it floats to the top of the liquid and goes down your throat.
Well, she says, threw something back, took my water bottle, took a sip, then realized it wasn't the ibuprofen. Tried puking it up, and it won't come out. No.
Did you try puking it up?
She went on to say it came out through normal course of events.
Well, that's going to happen.
They had an X-ray to confirm it. Separately, she has also revealed in a separate video that the swallowed AirPod was still connected to her iPhone while she was making a call.
Oh, hilarious.
Consequently, a voice memo she sent to a friend, including gurgly sounds recorded in her stomach.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Hey, but you just buy new AirPods at that point, right? You don't try to recycle that one?
No, you don't. I was going to tell her that before she tried to puke it up, Rockstar, she needed to make sure she disconnected.
Yeah.
I actually washed my, I've got some Bose. Now, they've got the little cord on the back, but they're still the wireless. But I washed them. I left them in my shorts, washed them, and they still work.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy.
Meanwhile, I had some Bose athletic wear that were supposed to be water resistant, but not waterproof. And was it this summer or the summer before? Last time I was at the Grand Hotel, I was wearing them in the pool, and they did have a little wire in the back as well. And after I wasn't even underwater. It just splashed a little bit, and eventually they were done.
I have never, and this might be a thing, but I haven't been like in a normal pool setting in a long time. Do people wear headphones in pools?
No. Maggie wasn't there. I'm awkward.
I was just putting up the vibe, man.
Oh, so you don't want to talk to anybody?
I didn't want to talk to anybody. I wanted the music. I didn't like the music they were playing at the Grand Hotel. I'd had a little too many of the pina coladas.
Yeah, but isn't this the day you met all those people? The big guy?
It was those guys, yeah. Yeah.
So the earpods had to come out for that.
Well, I'd lost them at
They
that point.
shorted out at
They
that
shorted
point,
out at that
right?
point. I'd thrown them in the garbage. So now I'm just standing there with nobody, and eventually talked to some viewers and listeners of the show. They made a stake bet.
Did you win it?
I think I lost it.
We've got a Scottish academic has devised a device that allows dogs to video call their owner simply by shaking a ball. I have to get this for Ladybird. Now, the ball is fitted with a accelerator meter, which, when it senses movement, connects the call. Now, its creators at the University of Glasgow said it could help pets with separation anxiety as their owners return to work after the pandemic. An experiment conducted a series of 16 study days with a 10-year-old lab named Zach over a 3-month period. Now, the accelerator meter was built with the help of colleagues from a university in Finland, and concealed inside was Zach's favorite toy. Now, the first 2 days saw Zach make 18 calls, half of which were accidental while he slept on the ball, suggesting the system was a little too sensitive. Now, by the final experimental phase, lasting 7 days, the accelerometer tuning had been refined, and Zach made 35 calls in total, averaging 5 a day.
I do not want my warranty updated.
Now, it says, while many seem accidental, Zach showed, quote, additional interest, pricking up his ears and approaching the screen in interactions where she used her phone to show him things such as an office, restaurant, underground station, and street busker. What is a street busker?
Somebody that sings out like when you just singing out loud with no amplification. Just I'm at the end of the street with a guitar, just singing.
Oh, those are annoying.
Well, I think that's pretty cool that the dog was having that much fun.
Yeah, 100% Lance will have
what the price point is.
If you had somebody here in this office with it 5 times a day here.
Sorry, it's my dog. I'm going to answer it. Hang up.
So, what was the great quote in our show from the video in the Ladybird race? What did the roommate yell?
We're going the wrong way.
You're not running straight. You're not running straight.
Did not run straight.
Did not run straight.
Brown, you're a Bitcoin guy, right?
I don't have any Bitcoin currently. I do have some crypto, but not Bitcoin.
Somebody sold.
I moved it, yes.
Well, El Salvador plans to build a Bitcoin city at the base of a volcano.
I knew that puppy jacket looked new.
Cryptocurrency used to fund the project, according to its president. Now, the city will be circular to represent the shape of a large coin, will be built in the southeastern region of La Union. Now, the site will take advantage of this volcano's geothermal energy to power the Bitcoin mining. This is really stupid. El Salvador recently became the first country to use Bitcoin as legal tender. The move led to large-scale protests over fears of the cryptocurrency, what it would bring instability and inflation to the Latin American country. Now, the president, who appeared on stage wearing a baseball cap backwards,
That's my kind of president.
That's right.
said
He's
that,
not your
quote,
president.
no income taxes would be levied in the city, only value-added taxes.
There you go.
Said that half the revenue gained from this would be used to, quote, build up this city, and the rest would be used to keep the streets neat and, quote, clean.
If you're scoring at home, Brown apparently has dumped his Bitcoin. Insider trading, I'd sell right now. Brown knows something.
I did not dump it. I moved it to something else.
Rocky, can you pull the picture of the black alien, please? Got this sent to me yesterday, too. Body modification enthusiast who dreams of becoming a black alien.
Oh, my gosh.
Has had 2 of his fingers cut off so
And
that
his
his hands look like a claw in his latest transformation.
His nose.
Yeah, look at that. Let's be done with this one. Can we?
So he
Anthony
intentionally cut his fingers off?
Lafaretto, 33, has already covered his body, including his eyeballs and tattoos, removed his nose and top lip in a bid to look like a black alien. Now, the Frenchman, who documents his dramatic physical altercations for his 730,000 followers on Instagram, has now gone one step further and had surgery in Mexico to cut off 2 of his fingers. What kind of credible doctor will do that?
Well, that's just it. That's why he did not go in the United States.
Mexico was your key there.
That's what he used to look like.
He used to look like. Yeah, not a bad looking guy, really.
No,
you know,
not at all.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like a guy from Color Me Bad.
A little crazy.
All for love, man.
Wow, that's a terrible story.
That is. So one more time, his look.
That is sad.
That is sad. It might be a little crazy, Jim.
I mean,
I don't even think he could have done damage at La Vila back in the day.
Is that a screw in his forehead?
Yeah, 2 of them.
No, up at the top. That's like bolts coming out above his eyes, and then right there in the top center, it looks like a screw, like a wood screw.
And his skull is coming out, if you can kind of tell.
Yeah,
that little modification.
That's rough right there.
Boy,
I'm done
I
with
mean,
that.
if that guy walked up on you in the middle of the night.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Got good teeth. Black aliens have good teeth.
I'm going to tell you, it's not going to end well for Anthony.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he ends up, well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to hate that when he's a grandpa.
You think? I don't think, Jim, there's one thing you have to do to be a grandpa.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to get much of that.
No, I don't think so either.
All right.
I don't think there's enough Bitcoin in the world.
Negative.
Well, I mean, just one time a year, he's got a chance. The Halloween parties every year.
There are freaky groupies all over the world.
Honey, you can take your outfit off now. Actually, I can't.
No, this is me. Yeah.
Boy, I hope he doesn't have allergies with that nose.
I'm trying to say, what's the most disturbing part? I don't know if it's the lip or the
think
nose.
It's the nose for me. I can see right into his nasal cavity.
Yeah. But
I can see his thoughts.
The black eyeballs. So he got the tattoo. Remember the girl that got it done in Russia and it blinded her?
Yeah, she was going to do black or purple.
So actually, he actually pays top dollar apparently if he's able to get the black tats on the eyes.
And that is horrible. All right.
Was that him with a beard?
Looks better with facial hair.
He's got red facial
Can you
hair.
take this off the preview
And
screen? I
lipstick.
can't stop
Now
looking.
that looks like El Diablo right there.
Or is that just the female version?
That's before he had his nose or his lip done.
God,
I think that's the way Vulcan will look if we don't take care of him.
My arms are tired. That would be
He looks a
relief.
little like a White Walker that's black.
Interesting.
All right. That is Trash, brought to you by.
Home means so much more this time of year, and our friends at Mortgage Right, they want to make sure you're home for the holidays. Getting a mortgage is a necessity, and the home buying process for many doesn't have to be a hassle. Mortgage Right gives you the tools, information, and expert help to make home buying happen. Don't let the fear of buying a home for the first time keep you from making one of the best investments of your life. Get started online at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Todd Furman coming up at the top of the hour. Yesterday, Cincinnati beat 14th ranked Illinois in basketball. Ohio State beat 21st ranked Seton Hall in basketball. So some upward movement in the AP poll potentially as the SEC gets back into action today. Texas A&M and Butler, Georgia in Northwestern, Cincinnati and Arkansas. All that's coming up. Don't forget holiday gifts just around the corner. Our friends at the Pants Store want to make sure that your favorite fan is dressed to perfection. PantsStore.com, PantsStore.com. 5 locations, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. All your game day accessories from Yeti, your sunglasses for men and women, Ray-Ban, Costa, SunCloud, Gooder, and game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, game day hats and more. It's all at thepantstore.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
There are few things in life more important than getting a good night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I learned that after going to Sleep Outfitters and getting my sleep outfitting. What is an outfitting, you might ask? Well, I simply went to the Sleep Outfitters off Highway 280, sat down and answered just a few short questions, and in moments, they had me laying on a mattress in the store so I could pick it out myself. The delivery was so easy. They set it up right there in my home, and I have an amazing night's sleep every night, and my life is better because of it. You can get that same night's sleep by finding a location at sleepoutfitters.com. And right now, you could win a $1,000 MasterCard gift card from Sleep Outfitters. This is a special sweepstakes, and it is just for our listeners. So go to sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan to enter. That's sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan. This is exclusive to the Next Round audience, so go try to win. Discover more about Sleep Outfitters and how they can help you complete your personal sleep profile, and you can start sleeping better too, and you can sleep with a $1,000 MasterCard gift card in your pocket now. sleepoutfitters.com/Ryan.
You demand a durable machine to withstand extreme worksite conditions? Volvo Construction Equipment assures it with their industry-leading lifetime frame, boom, and arm warranty, offering this through their full range of powerful and fuel-efficient excavators, wheel loaders, articulated haulers, road and compact equipment. You can rest assured quality will exceed expectations. Contact Cowan Equipment to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts and stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call, 800-239-2694, or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. 1-800-239-2694. Or again, you can always visit them online. Go to cowan.com.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online gusfriedchicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online gusfriedchicken.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions we'll give you later in the show. Out there now, one of them is who's done a better job, Josh Heupel or Shane Beamer getting their team bowl eligible. And the other is what do you want to see more of in our Next Round store? More hoodies, sweatshirts, trucker hats, rope hats. Go vote right now at Next Round Live. This part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, one of the first calls that we made was to Simpio because they handle all the BS in every office that nobody wants to deal with. They take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio at any time of the year. No annual contract. Means you can get out at any time. That being said, Simpio in 3 years of business, 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or go online, Simpio.com.
All right. Brownie is in the Farmfolio chat room. He's about to replay some of your thoughts to the conversation about Bo Nix and SEC officiating, where we are right now. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They bring you this hour every day, champyschicken.com.
All righty. Meatbag says nobody from Alabama or Arkansas were happy with the officials in that game. Corey says the Auburn quarterback claiming he's unbiased regarding Alabama is totally believable. Sam says inject Bo Nix and Stan White complaining right into my veins. Real Bama Man says typical Barner. Daniel says little brother syndrome. Chet says Georgia State says hello, Bo. Chris says this is a terrible look for Bo Nix. Right or wrong, terrible look.
Take me back to the Georgia State game.
That pass over the middle was definitely incomplete. Got overruled on replay. and Auburn went on to win.
So went to replay,
right?
Yeah.
And got overruled on replay.
Yeah, I mean, look.
They held up the call. I don't think it was overruled. I think they
all
held the call.
teams get breaks, and all teams have bad calls go against them.
Jonathan said fans only remember the calls that go against their team. That's probably true.
That is true.
Tommy says preemptive strike by Nix in case there's anything questionable Saturday. That's what your buddy said.
Yeah, that's what my buddy said.
Daniel says, right, he's a fan. I don't fault him for saying it, but he's wrong. Also goes on to say Brown can't be biased either, though. I'm not saying I'm not biased. You watch a Dolphins game with me, I think we get screwed every time we get a call. My point is, once you involve personal emotion, your objectivity goes out the window. You cannot have emotion and object. I would say that's true of almost anything, not sports. You can't have emotion and objectivity at the same time.
Well, that's I've always said that about, political coverage in our country, even before we got to where we are now, even back in the Tom Brokaw days, that inevitably everyone who's on television voted for somebody in an election.
Correct.
So you voted for that person, and even though you're trying not to be biased, you voted for a person. So don't tell me you're giving me unbiased news coverage.
That's right.
You voted for
it
somebody.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No, but you're right in every situation. I was catching up on Mayor of Kingstown last night, and the head of the task force, one of the cops that had been the first on the scene of this trailer that had blown up with this meth head, so they're going to get this meth head, but because he had seen the results of it, the task force guy was like, "You're too emotionally involved now." He was like, "You're out of here.
You have no objectivity."
And it's true. It's true in any walk of life. Brown is completely 100% accurate on this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's fine. I'm glad people are emotional. We make a great living off people being emotional about sports.
Well,
I'm not saying don't be emotional.
I want you to be emotional.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you do lose objectivity on officiating when that gets the way.
And again, we had no problem both saying what he was
Not at
saying
all.
or the Arkansas AD. I think it's a bigger problem for the conference that we're to the point that a quarterback and an AD are saying these things.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
And especially with the reprimands that go on. I mean, I guess Bo won't be reprimanded, though.
I don't think
think
he can
so.
a player, no.
Got a wallet full of money now.
If Bo was playing this week, he never would have said that, Meatbag says.
Well, I do question whether or not he would say that, and I would like to know if he got a phone call from Bryan Harsin yesterday at some point. Dude, what are you doing?
You said this was a safe space for guests. Chris says, I think Bo felt a little too safe yesterday.
Again, he had the opportunity to walk it back.
Steven says, I was really starting to be able to tolerate Bo because of this show, but he dropped lower than he was before after those comments. He gave it all back.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes on and on and on and on, man.
Yeah, we appreciate your response there, as always. We've got a lock still to come, and we have a lot and a lock still to come a little bit later on. Last night of football, live football tonight before a day off, and then we're back on Thursday. I enjoy Thanksgiving football. I really do.
Yeah.
But because of my family situation, I don't get to watch a lot of the day NFL games. Now, luckily, Detroit's game this year with the Bears, and then the Cowboys game, they don't look like they're going to be great games. But I will work my day around planning to be back home in time for the 6:30 Egg Bowl between Mississippi State and Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin caught grief yesterday for saying just because you're a rival doesn't mean you have to hate the other team or the people on the other side. It's just a football game. And on social media,
spoken like a guy that won't be there long.
That's exactly what everybody said.
I mean, it really
spoken like a guy who's already in Miami or Gainesville or Baton Rouge or somewhere else. This show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Hey, a Birmingham institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. How about this? Most people, almost all, aren't working on Thursday. Hopefully you're going to be spending that time with your family, but maybe you'll be able to sleep in a little later. You can join us Wednesday night for Odie's Team Trivia. That's tomorrow night. Me and Rocky and Will Haver. It is a ton of fun. Great night. There will be live music there after trivia tomorrow night, so bring the entire family. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches. You can enjoy the fall atmosphere out on the patio with an ice-cold beer bucket full of the Bud Light. But come see us tomorrow, Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. And ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
When it comes to something as important as the roof over your head, you want to make sure you're using a company you can trust. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. That company is Cardinal Roofing. And don't just take my word for it. They've got more than 500 5-star reviews on Google. They don't just give those away. Cardinal Roofing is your storm damage experts. They provide a 3-year leak-free guarantee, and they finish most of their jobs in a single day. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Cardinal Roofing, your storm damage experts. Beef O'Brady's has been serving up food and fun for more than 11 years with great locations in Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. You can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations. With more than 22 TVs and Sunday ticket, Beef O'Brady's is the place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in the Brook Highlands neighborhood on Highway 280. The perfect place for serving up food and fun. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to go to Todd Furman out in the desert to talk about all the games. It's like a gift under the tree, the final regular season weekend. Last full slate of the season coming up. Speaking of gifts, when you're looking for a gift, our friends at Bromberg's delivers it that great gift in a big silver box.
Yes, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg. Since 1836, they have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. And if you're in the market to pop the question this holiday season, you need to go see the diamond specialist at Bromberg's. 2 locations for you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also check out their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, Pepsi Hotline is where we find our guy Todd Furman, Outkick, and BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Furman, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen, but I'm going to disappoint you guys because there's no chance I can say something nearly as controversial as what Bo Nix did on your show earlier this week.
Wait, you heard about that in Vegas?
Oh, I do all my reading as it goes into some of the college football handicapping, so it's impossible to try and dig into some of the numbers and storylines for the Iron Bowl without seeing that picked up by every single major media outlet. But no, if you're asking if it was covered by the Las Vegas Review-Journal out here, you guys did not make our local publication.
Well, Furman, I grabbed Arkansas plus 21 on Saturday night. I don't know which side you had, but watching that and pulling for Arkansas, I didn't see a lot of controversy.
Yeah, I didn't either. I mean, we've grown accustomed to it in the past that obviously certain programs have been known to get preferential treatment, or at least theoretically. I didn't see any of that manifest itself out there. I mean, Bryce Young did everything he wanted and then some, but it didn't feel like there was a call here or a call there that if it went differently, Arkansas was going to find a way to win that football game. So it felt like an interesting time for Bo Nix to make those comments, and you, of course, do wonder if he says that, if he was going to be the starting quarterback this weekend against the Crimson Tide.
Furman's with us on the Pepsi Hotline. We start Thursday night with the Egg Bowl, Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Oh boy, these two teams have gotten very interesting with their offensive-minded coaches. How do you see this Egg Bowl?
Well, apparently Lane Kiffin saying people shouldn't hate each other because they went to different schools isn't a popular opinion down in SEC country. What's interesting about this matchup is it's the first time these two teams will go into the Egg Bowl with both of them ranked since 2015. I think when you look at Mississippi State, what Will Rogers has been able to do is quite impressive. Everyone, I think, thought that, Mike Leach's offense is going to get figured out by these SEC defenses. That hasn't been the case at all. And the one storyline that's kind of flown under the radar is how good Mississippi State has been on the defensive side of the ball as well. Meanwhile, Ole Miss, for all the talk of being a high-flying offense early in the year, this is a team that's built around the run game. They've been a consistent under team over the last 5 or 6 weeks. And when I look at this total leaking up, I could see making a slight case to go under, but my lean is actually more towards Mississippi State. I think home field advantage in this spot is worth more than the market's giving them credit for, and I think Rodgers can make enough plays where it's the Bulldogs coming out with a victory.
So we kick off Black Friday with a Texas team that has lost 6 consecutive games. I even heard somebody on the air this morning on my drive in say, is there a chance Sarkisian loses his job after 1 year, which I think is probably impossible, but still, for Texas to potentially lose 7 straight, they're only laying 3 against a pretty tricky Kansas State team here.
Well, I think this is a spot where Texas can finish the season on a high note, relatively speaking. I know 5-7 isn't exactly the honeymoon that everybody anticipated. When you see Sarkisian, easy for me to say, push to Oklahoma in the Red River rivalry, and the bottom has kind of fallen out since then. We know no Bijan Robinson. Casey Thompson will remain a game-time decision. But I think the bigger injury concern is Skylar Thompson, who left the game against Baylor in a cart. Kansas State has said that there's a possibility he plays. If he doesn't, I'm not sure Kansas State has the firepower to stay in it. I'm not running the lay 3 with Texas by any stretch of the imagination, but you couldn't get me to back Kansas State in this particular spot.
Todd Furman is with us on the Pepsi Hotline, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He's with Outkick as well, at Todd Furman on Twitter. A day early with us. You're not to Wednesday quite yet. Let's talk about the big game, Ohio State at Michigan. Ohio State favored by 8.5 in this game, coming off what is their best, to me, appeared to be their most complete performance of the year. And that's a big number on the road in a rivalry game. 8.5 is where we find the Buckeyes.
Well, I'm sure if I know LT well enough, he's running over men, women, and children to try and bet Michigan in this particular spot, plus the touchdown plus.
I would lean that way right now. I think their defense is legitimate. I know this Ohio State offense is popping, but I'll let you take it from here.
No, one thing I can tell you is this number is no doubt rich. We actually made this game a touchdown on a neutral field. So it says there's all sorts of value in Michigan. And when you listen to some of the comments that Coach Harbaugh has made leading up to this game, it's going to be about establishing the ground game, trying to shorten the contest and make it as difficult as possible on Ohio State. We also can't ignore the fact that when the Buckeyes went on the road to hostile territory in Lincoln and took on Nebraska, arguably the best defense they faced away from home, they struggled in the red zone to turn those drives into touchdowns. So if you're Michigan going into this particular spot, I think it's all about holding the scarlet and gray to field goals. If you're able to do that, it'll give you a puncher's chance to pull off the upset. And when you look at Michigan on the offensive side, I don't think people have given Cade McNamara enough credit for what he's meant, showing a little bit more balance in this Michigan offensive attack. Completion percentage approaching 65, a touchdown interception ratio of 14-2. I can see making a case for Michigan as a live underdog in this spot. It's probably not a game that'll make my card, but you couldn't pay me to back Ohio State at more than a touchdown in a rivalry game that I think is going to be more competitive than people think this weekend.
Todd Furman from Outkick, Bet the Board Podcast, Pepsi Hotline. Cincinnati's number not as big as I expected against East Carolina in another Friday game there. Is there potential that Cincinnati could end up getting flat tires and losing this game?
There's potential that they won't cover the game. I'm not sure ECU will have enough on both sides of the ball to pull off the outright upset. I think last weekend we saw what Cincinnati is capable of playing at home. You saw that the physicality, and SMU had no answers for the Bearcats when they started running downhill on offense and what we've seen from the secondary. Mike Houston's bunch has been a pleasant surprise this year. I mean, ECU was able to outlast Navy last weekend despite some curious clock management in the waning moments of that contest. I think at 14, the dog makes some sense. My biggest concern here is that if East Carolina finds themselves down, throwing into the teeth of that Bearcats defense, will they have enough to be able to pull it off? At 14.5, it makes sense as a value play. Going into Greenville, there's going to be 50,000 strong there. I think this will be one of the tougher road environments the Bearcats have faced in conference play, and maybe since their trip to South Bend earlier this season.
I've told you before, I've been bullish on Michigan State going against them. It's paid off 2 of the last 3 weeks. Now Penn State on the road laying a point. I think I'm going against Michigan State again this week.
Yeah, I think this number speaks volumes about where the Spartans are at this point in the season. And suddenly, if you have that blowout loss against Ohio State, you lose your regular season home finale against Penn State. Are the green and white clad faithful as excited about that $95 million that they ponied up for Mel Tucker, who will have a losing record through his first couple of seasons? The key for Penn State is going to be selling out to stop the run and force Peyton Thorne to beat you over the top. I mean, Kenneth Walker was a non-factor last weekend against Ohio State, and not even because of what the Buckeyes were able to do on the defensive side. Their offense obviously got ahead, and it forced Michigan State to abandon the ground game. I look at Penn State, and while they don't wow you with anything they do on the offensive side, I do think they're stout enough in the trenches. They've been able to account for the loss of P.J. Mustipher, which was a big, massive gap that they had to try and fill. And when I look at Sean Clifford, if he's able to get this passing game on track, I don't see anybody in that Michigan State secondary capable of slowing down Jahad Dotson and Parker Washington.
All right, let's go to the Iron Bowl, CBS 230 kick. Alabama is at Auburn. You said, Furman, that you thought this game could open anywhere from 17 to 3 touchdowns. I don't know what the official open is. I saw Circa had it at 21. It is settled right now at 19.5. Do you believe that's where this game goes off? And is this a good number to you?
I think it's the perfect spot. It's kind of in that no man's land where you're not going to have any of those value seekers taking 21 with Auburn, and you're also not going to create a value proposition if anybody wants to lay 17 with Alabama. When I look at this Auburn team, I'm trying to figure out what's gone wrong, especially as they get later into games. I mean, they look like a dominant force against Mississippi State before they completely imploded. And then in a spot where you thought they could be a little bit hungover going into Columbia to take on the Gamecocks, they get out to a very comfortable lead early on and then don't do anything for the remainder of the game. I think when you look at TJ Finley, he's going to have to get the passing game on track because Alabama, if they're smart, will sell out and take away Tank Bigsby. I think this is a big number, but I worry if Alabama gets up by 14 points, things could start to snowball on Auburn quickly. My lean would be towards the Tigers here, but probably not a game that I'm going to tangle with from an investment standpoint.
Do you feel like you have a feel for Bryan Harsin's coaching staff and Mike Bobo and all that this late in the season? Obviously, it would have been easier to gauge a Gus Malzahn team versus a Nick Saban team, but with a new staff against Nick Saban's staff, is this a little bit more dialed in or not as dialed in as you feel comfortable?
You know, I'm a little bit concerned because for all the accolades I wanted to heap on Derek Mason early in the year for the adjustments he was making at halftime, we haven't quite seen that from this Auburn defense. And one of the comments coming out of the wake of their loss last weekend was relatively telling when Shane Beamer pretty much says, you know, we're used to this being big boy SEC football. We literally lined up in the second half and ran the same 2 plays over and over again. You know, I'm not sure if it was meant to be taken that way, but if I'm Alabama, I'm going back, I'm watching that tape and trying to figure out why Auburn wasn't able to make the adjustment. So for that reason, and probably that reason alone, it's what's gotten me off the underdog that I was going to be excited about betting about 10 to 14 days ago.
In ranked versus ranked Bedlam games, Oklahoma's 17-1 straight up.
Wow.
And you're catching 4 here. Not that their offense is playing good, and we know that Oklahoma State's playing elite defense right now, but it's not often you can walk to the window and take Oklahoma as a dog and feel good about it.
I was blown away when I looked at the rivalry history here that Oklahoma State has only won 18 times in the previous 115 meetings, and all of the questions this week that Mike Gundy's had to answer are about the future of this rivalry. Once Oklahoma moves to the SEC, does this go by the wayside, much like Texas and Texas A&M? It would be unfortunate for the state of Oklahoma, but clearly massive stakes here. And if you're Oklahoma State, do you play with that level of desperation, knowing that you can put the final nail in the OU coffin, or is there a little bit, hey, we have some wiggle room and breathing room. If we were to lose, we could still be conference champions, although the national championship aspirations would be off the table. 3.5, 4, in my opinion, I think is the perfect number. Oklahoma State defensively didn't have one starter under the age of 21 out on the field in Lubbock last weekend, and it really showed up. I think Oklahoma is a little bit limited in terms of what they can do in the passing game, and Lincoln Riley's been relatively conservative so far with Caleb Williams. So for those reasons, guys, I think this total is way too high. I know it's tough to go under a 50 in Bedlam given the history we've seen here, but I think it takes 24 points max to win this, and I think it's a comfortable under more so than trying to figure out who wins the football game.
All right, before Lance hits you with a pro question, I want to hit you with a Heisman question. I heard Dunaway say, and I was not aware of this, that C.J. Stroud is now a small favorite, I would assume, for the Heisman. How do you see that unfolding with him playing Michigan and Bryce Young playing Auburn? Excuse me. Well, where do you stand right now on the Heisman odds?
Yeah, Stroud a little bit more than a small favorite. At last check, right around minus 260, so meaning you'd have to put up $2.60 to make $1 coming back on him. I think that first half he put forth against Michigan State really opened people's eyes when you lead the team to 500-plus yards of offense and 6 touchdowns. But at the same time, I think Bryce Young is going to have a chance to make a bigger statement against this Auburn defense than C.J. Stroud will against Michigan. And when I look at these two prices, I'd be inclined to take a value proposition on Bryce Young. I really think the number should be much closer to that minus 130, minus 140 range. And essentially with those two guys distancing themselves from the field, no way I'd back C.J. at this price. I'd make a strong case for Bryce Young being a live underdog.
The primo game in the NFL, my Rams coming off a bye, heading to Lambeau to take on Green Bay. We know Aaron Rodgers is banged up. Is this why this number is sitting at a pick? And which side do you lean right now?
I mean, if you believe in the power of numbers and given what we've seen from the Packers, who I believe are now 18-2, the last 20 games they've played at home coming into this spot, coming off a loss, this tells you all you need to know, that odds makers believe the Rams are a significantly better football team, even going into the elements. I do worry about the lack of physicality we've seen from the Rams in recent buildup, but you've had 2 weeks to prepare. I think the Green Bay Packers defense was exposed as a bit of a fraud last weekend, who'd been playing well over their heads. The injury to Elton Jenkins on the offensive line changes some of the protection packages, and I'm not sure we see David Bakhtiari. This is the kind of game where you want to have all of your boys ready to go in the trenches. Green Bay won't have that luxury, no Aaron Jones. I think your Rams that are healthy and rested go into Lambeau and get a season-defining victory on Sunday.
All right, go follow Furman at Todd Furman on Twitter and download the podcast, bettheboardpodcast.com. See him on Outkick as well, outkick.com. Furman, have yourself a great Thanksgiving, man. We appreciate the games.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. You guys do the same and enjoy the Iron Bowl this weekend.
You too, buddy. That is Todd Furman with us from out in the desert. Like all of our guests, he appears on the Pepsi Hotline. Don't forget the holidays are rolling in. Nichols Outfitters is maybe the best opportunity you got getting something you want this season. The best deals you'll find on Dometic coolers are at Nichols Outfitters. Some models up to 30% off. Take advantage. You got a girlfriend or wife? Tell her this is what you want. Exit 242 in Pelham or online right now, nicholsoutfitters.com.
iService writes in, I'm behind, but Baker is the worst man. Back to our Baker Mayfield conversation in the Farm Folio chat room. And Daniel WP says, I think Michigan State was the team that repeatedly burned LT last year.
Nope.
Funny that he's now getting payback on their demise this year.
They burned me earlier this year.
Earlier this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even remember back to 2020.
Yeah. So maybe they did, maybe you didn't. Maybe Daniel remembers better.
I don't think so because I think I was against Michigan State a lot last year. And I don't think they were great.
Well,
at
you've never
covering.
liked Mel Tucker as a head coach.
I thought they were 500 last year. Were they not? I thought they surprised some people last year.
No, I don't think so. I don't know if anybody in the Big Ten outside of Ohio State was over 500. I say that jokingly, but it was not a great year last year in the Big Ten. I'll tell you right now. Last year in the Big Ten, Penn State had a losing record. Michigan had a losing record. Michigan State last year was...
I thought they ended up beating Penn State and several teams
They were
along the way.
2-5.
2-5.
It was 2 big wins.
Two big wins.
They lost by, in the season, boy, they went out with a bang. They lost by 40 to Ohio State, and then they lost by 15 to Penn State. They lost by 24 to Indiana, 42 to Iowa, 11 to Rutgers.
How did he get this contract? This is incredible.
Who'd they beat?
I mean, it really is incredible.
It
He's got
is,
this
man.
contract.
All right. A lot more to get to, including a whole extra hour today. We're live all the way until 2 o'clock today, so don't pack it up yet. We've got an hour and 45 minutes or so still to go. Exclusive Iron Bowl Alabama-Auburn talk in the 1 to 2 o'clock hour live coming up a little bit later on today. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Ship Happens LT, coast to coast. If you got to move something big or something small, Ship Happens.
Yeah, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain, it's a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens, they've got the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Save 20% off your Arte Italica purchases all week long at Bromberg's, including the favorite holiday pattern, Natale. Now is a great time to update your kitchen and dining room. Purchase ahead for upcoming weddings, or treat yourself with beautiful dinnerware. Bromberg's hand-picked holiday-inspired items were designed to be used throughout the winter season, not just for Christmas dinner. Dishes, glassware, serving pieces, and lines that are handmade with care in Italy and are all 20% off. All week long at Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hey, y'all, whether you're a scratch golfer or just out on the course for fun, at southernbeeclothing.com, we know that looking great is at least half the game. And we have the fine leisure attire you're going to want for all your favorite outdoor events. Visit southernbeeclothing.com and read our story to find out how a whirlwind romance accidentally led to the creation of Southern Bee Clothing. southernbeeclothing.com. That's southernbeeclothing.com. Don't forget the .com.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
Jeff in the Farm Folio chat room. So we're getting an extra hour of NRL, Next Round Live, or TNR, the Next Round. Yes, we are. We're live until 2 o'clock today. Why? Because we want to dedicate an hour for some special conversation about the Iron Bowl. Jason Campbell will be with us in the bonus hour. Aaron Suttles will be with us in the bonus hour as well. That is still to come, 1 to 2 live today. But a programming note for you, it will be a brand new YouTube feed. So if you're watching us on YouTube or wherever, it won't mess with you on the app. If you're just streaming along audio-wise, you'll be fine. But if you are watching the show, we will end the show and you'll have to reconnect or click on the next link to join us for that special bonus hour. It's not a mystery fifth hour. It is just a well-publicized fifth hour coming up later on. Part of our show being brought to you, our look ahead and what is developing now with a couple of coaching situations out there, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, how about the gift of sight this holiday season? Again, one of the best decisions I ever made was going to see Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform the LASIK procedure way back in 1995. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, they are there for you. Call this number. If you've been procrastinating, thinking about LASIK, find out if it's right for you. You can schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to get you hooked up. Michelson Laser Vision, UAB Highlands. For more information, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
3 things here. First one, NFL. Pat Leonard, New York Daily News, reporting the Giants are moving on from Jason Garrett after 26 games as offensive coordinator. Not a huge surprise.
It is not. If you watch the post-game news conference last night of Joe Judge, he says all of this falls on the coaches. Write that down. It falls on the coaches. We've got to put our players in a better position to perform and execute.
But not this coach.
Yeah.
I'm going to fire my offensive coordinator. From the college game, Pete Thamel reporting. With Sonny Dykes, the SMU coach expected to take the TCU job. That's become pretty obvious now. SMU's search has come into focus. According to Pete Thamel, former SMU offensive coordinator, current Miami offensive coordinator Rhett Lashlee is the leading candidate at SMU.
Would be a tremendous first job for Rhett Lashlee.
No doubt. Huge first job for him.
Yeah. Because I had picked, I had penciled Rhett Lashlee in at possibly Troy to replace Chip Lindsey.
Right. SMU is so much better than Troy.
Yeah.
I will I can't say anything negative. I'm going to let it go.
You can. You
say anything you want.
Well, I just watching Rhett Lashley's offense. There's no rhythm. I mean, going back to De'Aaron King before he got hurt, that offense was not good this year. Going back last year, I mean, there were spots here where it just wasn't really good. I don't know about you guys. I mean, he's a young guy. I don't know how energetic he is either.
My third thing is an incredible quote from an SEC coach.
Okay.
In fact, one of the best I've ever heard.
Can you give us a quote and then we guess who the coach is?
Sure. But first, I'm going to tell you about Greystone Chiropractic. I'm
Oh,
going to go Ryan
geez.
Seacrest on you. Greystone Chiropractic, Tattersall Park, Highway 119-280. They help me get straight. They can help you get straight with that spine and that nervous system. That affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. You hear me talk about it as a grown man, but Dr. Lee says it's any age. He says it's easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So start at any age with Greystone Chiropractic and enjoy a healthier life today. GreystoneChiropractor.com, 205-981-8090, 205-981-8090.
Dry erase board?
To guess coach?
The quote.
Yeah.
The quote. This is a quote from a college football coach. This is a college football head coach. And rarely do you see them this honest. And if I tell you where he said it, it's going to give it away. So I'll give the attribution in a moment. Quote, my father was a farmer. And there's an old saying, you reap what you sow. If you sow kindness, you reap kindness. If you sow jackass, you reap jackass. It's a college football coach today said, my father was a farmer. And there's an old saying, you reap what you sow. If you sow kindness, you reap kindness. If you sow jackass, you reap jackass.
Okay, I think you gave away it was SEC because Brett Bielema's dad was a farmer.
Okay, it was SEC.
Okay, hold on.
If I gave that away, that is true.
I can't spell this guy's name, but
okay,
That
Jim's
guy,
got an
the
SEC.
guy you're trying to spell, his dad was an accountant because that kid looks just like an accountant.
Okay,
or he was a dungeon master.
Then I have missed.
But what's your dad? He's a dungeon master, really?
That's what I'm. This is just
Sam Pittman sounds like the thing he would say. He did not say that. Eli Drinkwitz said that about Dan Mullen.
That's what I was going.
Matt Hayes, who is has been on with us before, does a show on 1010 XL down in Jacksonville.
So you actually read into the quote.
He had Eli Drinkwitz on the show and asked Eli Drinkwitz about the irony of beating Florida and Dan Mullen after last year's brawl. And he said, Eli Drinkwitz of Dan Mullen, quote, my father was a farmer. There's an old saying, you reap what you sow. If you sow kindness, you reap kindness. If you sow jackass, you reap jackass.
Yeah, but
what an amazingly honest quote about Dan Mullen.
Well, an honest quote, but at the same time, I mean, he kind of was.
He clapped right back.
Jackass doing the exact same.
But that's his point. Was you showed me up last year by doing that to my team.
So I'm going to do it now,
and I'm going to do this because you're about to get fired. So here you go.
I don't think that's how the rule works, though. The golden rule, like treat others how you want to be treated. Well, he did this to me.
I believe eye for an eye in a lot of situations.
That's very Old Testament.
Yeah, I really do. But in that situation, I mean, you're representing your entire.
But you see
program.
what I'm saying?
But give me the quote again. What's the quote?
You reap what you sow.
You reap what you sow, man. You sowed jackass last year. I just gave you jackass back.
Well, aren't you then sowing jackass, and at some point you're going to reap jackass too?
Well, look,
I think we've all watched Missouri football enough to know that at some point he's going to reap jackass.
Why does Eli Drinkwitz pile on? Eli Drinkwitz will be fired within 3 years.
I'm not a big Eli Drinkwitz believer.
Be fired within 3 years. So the same thing's going to happen to him.
Is that even out on a limb? We just went through yesterday on the SEC. We couldn't give you anybody to be there in 5 years.
You just beat him. He just lost his job. What else do you need to do? You brought out that stupid lightsaber.
No, that's who this guy is.
Oh,
that's who Eli Drinkwitz is. Eli Drinkwitz is the hood and the lightsaber smirking at the podium, and he's the guy that makes this quote. It's who he is. Do you watch that and you don't think this is who Eli Drinkwitz is? Watch the guy.
He's making the quote about Dan Mullen.
Right. But he is this petty. That's who he is. Watch the guy.
Now wait, this is the coaching you showed me up equivalent of the elbow LeBron threw to that guy the other night. And you guys are going to get upset that Eli Drinkwitz is chasing Dan Mullen all over the court trying to get back at him?
Much different.
How's it different?
Athletes, a guy elbows you in the eye and lays you wide open.
It's metaphorically.
This guy is supposed to be professional. He represents a program. He brings a lightsaber after a big win to a press conference.
Because he's speaking to his base who saw him showed up.
If I was a Missouri fan, I would be embarrassed.
He's speaking of Jacksonville, Florida.
You think Missouri fans enjoy that?
Yes, they do.
I think they do enjoy it, Lance.
I think they do.
I think you're not a Missouri fan.
Jim, I don't think they do.
Okay, well, we can disagree.
Hey, boys, we've got an extra
You know,
hour.
sometimes my opinion is my opinion, and it doesn't resonate with you
Well,
sometimes.
it's just the condescending opinion.
I don't think it's condescending. I think that he was
Eli
doing that for
Drinkwitz
his
is
fans.
condescending. I think what it is you agree with a lot of condescending people.
Okay, that's a fair statement, I guess. I mean,
I just don't think Missouri fans enjoyed it, but Brown agreed with you. So maybe
Brown.
Missouri fans love it.
He is a coach of a college team who just beat Florida, Dan Mullen, who a lot of people didn't like.
They should be excited about that. You don't need to bring out the lightsaber and then double back with talking about the guy who's reaping what he sows.
To your point, I wanted the Sixers guy to go dot LeBron James' eye.
Who
or
did?
the Pistons guy, I'm sorry. I wanted him to go whip LeBron James.
Yes.
I think if Eli Drinkwitz had walked across midfield and had punched Dan Mullen, most people would have been like, I kind of like that. I mean, he's going to get suspended, maybe even arrested, but I kind of like to see it because I don't like Dan Mullen. To make the analogy, to bring that analogy home.
Now, he couldn't do that.
Well, of course he couldn't do that. It would be idiotic to do it, but I think everybody would have liked it because they don't like Dan Mullen.
But how many elite coaches do we have in college football?
A few.
Do any of them use that quote or use the lightsaber?
No, they don't. They don't.
That's my
This
point.
is who Eli Drinkwitz is.
We said that yesterday. Obviously, you don't see Nick Saban or people like that doing this.
They're not going to do that.
But you don't see Barry Odom wouldn't have done this at Missouri. You wouldn't have seen Gary Pinkel do this at Missouri.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't disagree with you.
Probably
on that.
not. You would see Lane Kiffin maybe doing something like that.
I could see that, absolutely. I could see Lane Kiffin doing something
So-
equally as petty and over the top. Y'all going to be okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm fine.
I've turned my back to him. I'm now looking in your direction.
That's why I'm asking. You've got your back, your angle towards me. I'm kind of nervous.
No, I mean, it's got to work because we got to do another commercial here in a second.
And another hour.
For our friend.
We got 90 more minutes.
Yeah, great day to do an extra hour when Lance and I are not getting along.
Well, the good news, I'll be drinking bourbon here in a little bit. So
yeah, that is the good news. Maybe that's why we're angry right now. Maybe we need to get one in the break. Have a little.
Take that edge off.
Take the edge off a little bit. Blake says Saban just makes smart remarks about Jimbo, then gets embarrassed. That's what Blake.
I thought that was.
I mean, his comment down in Mobile.
Oh, that was
at golf.
At golf. I mean, that was a joke. It wasn't petty.
People see things differently.
Yeah,
but you can't put that in the same category as
I
this.
didn't see it that way, but obviously some people do.
And that was Simone that asked the question, right?
Yeah.
But remember, Saban hadn't heard anything about that,
Right.
so it was just thrown on him. That was an immediate reaction. Had a little fun with it.
You don't think Nick Saban had heard what Jimbo said before he got off the
I think he
plane
probably had.
and knew that question was coming?
I think he probably had, yeah.
And had that prepared
think he had that
before he knew
prepared,
that
yeah.
was coming?
Well, it wasn't as premeditated as the lightsaber.
But then he said the day will
Only
come.
because he didn't have props. The script was written.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, the script was written. All right. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, just got some ice in my teeth.
I noticed.
Disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew. They can fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
You can't spell citrus without UT. Petty or not?
Oh, Steve Spurrier invented petty.
But that was nonstop.
Yeah, I mean,
Free
he invented
Shoes
it.
University.
Free Shoes University. Of course he was petty.
But
we
you know what?
celebrate that.
But
It's
here was the
fantastic.
difference.
You know why?
Because he was winning national championships.
Bingo.
Or a national championship.
One national championship.
Oh, and 5 SEC championships, which you can't pretend you don't put a lot of stock in.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't
he
put
was,
as much now as I used to.
Well, yeah, but when he was winning it, you did.
Yeah.
He was among the best coaches in the country. Was he petty? Absolutely.
He's
Steve
still one of
Spurrier
the
was
top
petty.
5 SEC coaches of all time.
Yeah. But he was
Yes.
petty. There's no doubt. But he backed it up. And that's why it was viewed differently.
He's probably third all time.
Saban, Bryant, Spurrier?
Saban, Bryant,
Yeah.
Spurrier. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. Third. Lacking in the national championship trophy case, but he was third.
I don't think Drinkwitz is ever going to be in this conversation.
Well, no, but I mean, some people would say maybe if Spurrier wasn't so petty, then maybe he wouldn't have had these losses along the way. Maybe if he'd have been a little bit more focused on doing his job instead of calling out other people, that he'd have won more national championships.
Well, again, we weren't in the era of the 14 playoff.
Oh, he would have thrived in that. Yeah.
I think
Would
he
he?
would have.
Yeah. He would have been in the playoff all the time.
He would have
better not run into Nebraska.
But
okay, well, that was one game. If you just want to make it
probably
about one
would have
game.
won another one.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so. All right. When we come back, we've got our 3 and out today. LT's got a lock for us, and we'll update you on our Cowan Equipment poll question right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luginbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajaga brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
It looks like Brown just thought J.J. Redick was Keanu Reeves.
No, I did not. I said it looked like Keanu Reeves.
And I said it does not look anything
Yeah, it looks like Keanu Reeves in that bad movie where he's the lawyer and Charlize Theron goes crazy.
You hated that movie, Devil's
It's
Advocate.
an awful
You bring
movie.
it up a lot. I
Yeah,
like.
really. I didn't think it was bad.
That's
I
terrible.
liked it a lot. I thought he looked like a Duke guard, like that J.J. Redick guy, and then it turns out it is J.J. Redick.
J.J. Redick.
Rocky, do you see any Keanu there?
And that,
Like Baker Mayfield.
and that
He does have a little Baker
Mayfield.
Mayfield in him.
Nothing like Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves in Matrix.
That's right. No, in the bad movie where he's the lawyer.
Yeah.
Lake House.
Hey, the lock of the day every day is brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. I'll give you more details about Jeremy Purvis's crew in just a second, but a couple of more MACtion games tonight. You got number 1 Gonzaga versus number 2 UCLA in basketball, a ton of basketball, NBA and college. Where are you going today?
Well, we are going MACtion tonight, and Western Michigan has been a disappointing year. They play at Northern Illinois, who is going to be representing the West this year. This Western Michigan offense is really good. They're on the road laying 3.5. I like Western Michigan. I know it's senior night, and where is Northern Illinois? Is it DeKalb?
They are in DeKalb, Illinois.
Yeah,
Yep.
senior night DeKalb, but I like the Broncos on the road minus the 3.5. That is your lock tonight. Coming off a 3-0 last night, 3 consecutive winning days. I think we've won 12 of our last 15 free locks.
Yeah,
That's a really good run.
This ends 27 consecutive days of American football on television at night, 1 day off on Wednesday, and then we crank it back up on Thursday. That's the lock tonight. Northern Illinois, right? Nope, other way around.
Western
Michigan playing at Northern Illinois on senior night. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes as well. 205-516-4927. You got a plumbing problem? Plumbing needs? Free quote, 205-516-4927, or just go to ironmountainworld.com. What one good coach told me once, you got to have a good plumber on standby.
There's no doubt about that.
All right, so a lot of conversation today about coaching carousels and about what Bo said on our show yesterday and about the Iron Bowl. One more hour of Iron Bowl coming up in a second. But right now, let's do our 3 and Out today. And as always, it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires, 4 great locations. And you can find them in places like Moody and Trussville.
Yeah, anything you need, bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. Make sure you get into one of those 4 locations today, locally owned and operated, again, for wheel alignment, tires, brakes, and more. Go see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
First down.
Okay, moving forward, better chance of winning one more Super Bowl, Russell Wilson or Tom Brady?
Ooh. I mean, I feel like Brady's on the better team. I mean, I think the Buccaneers are a better team than Seattle right now. But I also feel like Wilson will probably play longer. I think I'll go Brady on this one.
Neither probably is the correct answer.
Yeah.
I lean Tom Brady this year. It feels like it's the end for Pete Carroll in Seattle. And I don't know how much longer can Russell Wilson play. And will he leave Seattle, or do they have to rebuild in Seattle?
I've got a feeling with the way Russell plays, and we've already seen the finger injury. It was kind of a fluke, but I think the older he gets, the more he runs into some injuries.
Yep.
And
Brady hangs in that pocket, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think either one of them.
Yeah, I went 0, but if I had to choose Tom Brady this year,
Yeah,
and
go
after
Brady.
that, it's over.
Yep.
Second down.
Speaking of Pete Carroll, better chance of never winning another playoff game, Pete Carroll or Jimbo Fisher?
Well, I'd say Pete Carroll.
But Jimbo's never won one.
He hasn't.
Technically.
But I think he's going to be around longer than Pete Carroll, Jim. So I'm going to play the calendar on this one.
Yeah, I will too. I'll go Jimbo Fisher. Somebody tweeted yesterday that who would have thought that Seattle would have gotten the same thing out of Pete Carroll that USC did? 1 championship and a lot of disappointment.
Well, I think for Seattle, I think it's a little bit different. In the NFL, I mean, it's just so difficult to run the gauntlet of the playoffs, get to a Super Bowl, then win a Super Bowl. Again, if it wasn't for that bad play call, he's got 2.
If it wasn't for Vince Young in Texas, he'd have 2 at USC.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was
a great point.
Some of the circumstances were just stacked against him.
Yeah.
But again, 14 playoff, Pete Carroll would have been there every year. Every year.
Third down.
And he was never, ever petty. Pete Carroll, never petty. Good guy.
I don't remember. He was very energetic, smacked a lot of gum, but I don't remember.
No, he had that foundation in Los Angeles that he did a lot of good in the communities.
Miley Cyrus, 29 today. Better career, Miley Cyrus or Kevin Durant?
It's hard to believe she's 29. I mean, she's lived a life at 29, hasn't she?
Yeah, Kevin Durant's not 29, right? He's much older.
Well,
I
would
agree
say
with you.
much older.
When I saw Miley Cyrus was 29 today, I would assume she was already easily into her 30s.
She's probably been on the stage since she was, 8 or 10?
Yeah.
Because of her dad, and then she became a Disney star.
You know, I mean, obviously Kevin Durant is an NBA All-75er, right? He's on the 75 greatest NBA players of all time.
Yeah, I think he would be more... No, we forget because he's been banged up the last couple of years, but when it's all said and done, he's a top 25 guy.
Yeah, but he was just named to the All-75 team is what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't think Miley Cyrus will ever be on the All-75 singer list, much more of those than there are NBA players. Miley's career is underrated. I think she has a lot of good songs. I like what she's doing more lately than she used to, but I'd go Kevin Durant. He's one of the greatest ever.
I think, what was the thing, Rocky, that she has had not a number one single, but maybe the top Apple download under 3 different artist names. So Hannah Montana, Miley Cyrus, and then the Black Mirror episode.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
That is true. Yeah.
So she's had quite the career. I bet the money's pretty close.
A good overall entertainer. I mean, she's on TV and all that.
The Black Mirror episode is the one with the doll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Ashley O.
That whole thing freaked me out.
4th down.
Not as bad as the pig one.
Miley Cyrus got a potty mouth too, by the way.
Yeah.
Big time. Snooki is 34 years old today. Better career, Snooki or A.J. McCarron?
Oh, A.J. McCarron.
Oh, my God.
Come on. Is this even a question? What kind of career does Snooki have? I mean, she showed up on Jersey Shore.
Dude, I mean, the situation was making $5 million a year when Nick Saban was. So I think Snooki was making more.
Well, I bet A.J. he's made good money just standing around on a sideline.
But he's had to work harder than Snooki.
But it's not always
won
about
championships.
It's not all about the money, championships and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think more people know who is it Snooki?
Yeah.
Or
there's no
Snooki?
doubt about that now.
So I mean, if you're looking for the Q score or whatever that is.
The Q rating, it's Snooki.
Well, I think both of them could walk through an airport and nobody stops them.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather have the career of A.J. McCarron.
Oh, sure. I don't even know what Snooki.
But there's a lot of people out there that would rather have the Snooki career.
She's 4'7".
Snooki is? What's she doing right now?
It said that on Celebrity Net Worth, it said she was getting paid $150,000 per episode, and her net worth is $4 million.
Oh, yeah. I mean, AJ's had a year where he made $4 million.
Yeah, absolutely. But
I bet his wife spends, though.
There's never been a song, I do it all for the McCarron.
I do it all for the money?
Yeah, but
is that what it is?
Yeah, but do it all for the Snooki. It was Nookie.
I play a role sometimes. On the show.
That one flew right by me.
I got it eventually.
Yeah. Is that it? Is that 4?
That's it.
That's his 3 and out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, make sure you stop by one of those 4 locations today. Make sure you get that car winterized, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For the record, career earnings for A.J. McCarron, what would you
Can
guess?
I guess?
Yeah.
I'm going to put his career earnings at $12.5 million.
I was going to go $21 million.
15.6. That's not a bad career. I mean, the guy he's never really been a starter in the NFL. I said he made $4 million. He did that 1 year at Buffalo. Actually, he did a couple years. Buffalo, one of the Texans' years, but he's made $15 million.
Yep.
He's barely taken any hits.
Would have gotten a lot of playing time this year if he'd have stayed healthy in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's true. He got hurt in the preseason.
Yep. All right, here we go. Final segment coming up of our original show, another hour of talking about the Iron Bowl. When we come back, we'll update you on a couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions and a lot more on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing. In business for more than 10 years with 500 5-star reviews on Google and home of the 3-year leak-free guarantee. Cardinal Roofing, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, 1 collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Jay Price and Goose disappointed in me, giving me the old shaking my heads over there.
Oh, for your joke in the last segment?
Yeah, Paul says Disney and Nickelodeon have ruined so many kids.
That's true, but you also have to say they've made some of them a bundle.
Can you see a documentary one day, or have they already been a documentary on Disney kids?
Well, that would be fascinating. Is there one, Rockstar? Have you seen one?
Well, I don't think Disney would approve of that, but
well, no, they wouldn't. But it would be an unauthorized documentary.
It's been going on for ages, man. You got Leif Garrett before Disney had Disney kids.
Yeah.
Just child actors, man. Child superstars.
Well, yeah, child actors all, overall.
Yeah, I've seen the child actors, but specifically Disney would be interesting. All right, let's talk about our Cowan Equipment poll questions that are out there. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment every day.
Yeah, big announcement about the Next Round store is happening Wednesday. What do you want to see in the store? 40% want to see more hoodies.
More hoodies?
More hoodies, 40%. 26% want to see trucker hats. Is this considered a trucker hat that I'm wearing right here? Would you call this a trucker hat?
Absolutely.
All right, trucker hat. 25% want to see sweatshirts. 9% want to see rope hats. Dunaway's got the rope hat.
Yep.
So we've done a little crowdsourcing there. Big announcement. Pay attention. Big store announcement coming up.
Yeah, that'll be big tomorrow.
Yeah.
Randall says, what about a TNR golf shirt? Nothing gaudy, but I would represent TNR with a dry fit shirt on the golf course.
Okay. We'll put that on the list.
We'll throw that in there.
Yep. We got a lot of those are our Cowan Equipment poll questions.
Oh, we had one more.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. It was about Shane Beamer and Josh Heupel, who has done the better job this year, more impressive to get their team bowl eligible.
Which bowl eligible coach impressed you the most this season? Shane Beamer 59%, Josh Heupel 41%.
Did I misspell it?
No, you didn't.
Oh, okay.
I just said it that way. Josh Heupel 41%, Shane Beamer 59%. I think that's all about quarterback. Beamer just making the most out of
And
what
overall
he's had.
talent. You heard Luginbill say today that Tennessee does have some talent on that roster.
Yeah. No. It's
blown away with what South Carolina's done this year.
All right, we got a whole hour of conversation, exciting conversation coming up with these guys about the Iron Bowl in our special live. It'll keep rolling here at the top of the hour. We look forward to that as we reset here in a moment to get all fired up to talk about that. Basketball tonight. Any thoughts on Gonzaga and UCLA? What do you think when number 1 and number 2 play this early? A November matchup of two teams that some people project to play in the national championship game. Does it resonate with you at all?
Man, I just, I'll watch a little bit. I had Arkansas, Kansas State on for a second last night. I just can't get into college basketball until we get into the other side, really into January.
Yeah, you'll watch tonight, though, right? UCLA and Gonzaga?
I'll watch a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to stay up till 11:30.
That's a late game, yeah. I saw it's not sold out. Jeff Goodman was talking about how it's not sold out. It is in Vegas. It is not in Pauley Pavilion or up in Spokane. But it is in Vegas, but is apparently not sold out. And we discovered yesterday there's 2 tournaments going on at the same time because the Maui Gym Invitational.
At least 2.
At least 2. There's
not
maybe
3.
more. Yeah, this is part of the Good Sam something Invitational. The Maui Invitational is going on at the same time. So you got a ton of teams right there playing in Vegas. It is hard for me to believe in a city like Vegas you don't sell like Gonzaga and UCLA. It's 1 versus 2.
But let me ask you, if you were in Vegas on a vacation.
Oh, I wouldn't do it there. But
Okay.
if I'm living there,
right?
If I'm living there and I could go see Gonzaga, I mean, take the kids.
It's an interesting community, though.
Yeah,
it is. But let me ask you,
if I was there now, Rockstar, we went on a bachelor party and he went to see Tool and went to the aquarium and
I had a fun
Pac-12
time.
championship.
But sports is always the last thing on my mind when I'm in Vegas, unless I'm betting in the sports book.
Now, I will
I
tell
would
you-
go to the sports book and bet on UCLA and
and
Gonzaga.
I'd sit around and I'll hang out at sportsbook all day and drink and gamble and watch games. But I'm with you now. If the Rams were playing in Vegas, that could be a destination game.
Well, that's what you've got a
Play
lot
the
of.
weekend around and then
Yeah.
go to that one game.
If
But
you-
I'm just not going to randomly go to a game.
If you watch the Raiders games, the crowd sounds 50-50.
By the way, did you see the Chargers on Sunday night?
Yeah.
And the StubHub ticket breakdown was 69% Steeler fans.
Well, first of all, yeah, Steeler fans are everywhere and they travel with them.
And then the LA Chargers were 31% of the crowd.
But you got to think there are 0 Charger fans in LA, or at least
not many.
What are there now are people that are just like, hey, you know what? The Chargers moved here. I'll pull for the Chargers. There's no deep-seated, like even the Rams at least used to be in LA. So there's some people now.
What is the trip up from San Diego to LA?
I think it's 2
or
hours.
the suburbs.
Yeah, I
If you're in
think
the
it's
north
2.5,
suburbs,
3 hours.
Yeah.
North suburbs. You do have a lot of people who are lifelong Charger fans who are sticking with their team, and some of them go to the games. But the Charger games have become Californians and
That's right.
people in that area who are fans of those teams to go and watch their teams while they live in Southern
It
California.
sounded like a Steelers home
30-minute flight, by the way.
That's steep 8 times a year to fly 30 minutes to watch
From
it.
San Diego up to LA.
Yeah, but I bet Southwest, I'm just guessing, they probably had that $100
A
direct.
discounted fare, knowing that people will do that, yeah.
All right. Well, Mortgage Right brings us the show. Give me a good 15, 20 seconds about the great folks at Mortgage Right. They're that quick with your mortgage anytime.
Yes, they are, Dunaway. Mortgage Right, a longtime sponsor here on the next round. Home means something different to everyone, but at Mortgage Right, home is always about you. Their top priority, helping you navigate the home buying landscape. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right. As you leave us on the YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter stream, we'll start a new one for our Iron Bowl conversation, which starts at the top of the hour. Hang around right here on the app for the streaming. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.